Hey, I'm Bound to Divide, and in this course you're going to go from knowing absolutely nothing about music production to learning basic music theory and finishing your first song. We then spent some time exploring basic sound design and creating this song. And finally explore some more intermediate to advanced techniques, which leads us to this track. When you're ready, I've taken this whole thing a step further and created a more intermediate to advanced style course where we'll be creating another 2 tracks completely from scratch, providing you with all the sounds so that you can follow along at your own pace. First, let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Jules. I've been producing for 9 years and been a professional producer and sound designer for 6. I've released tracks with some of the biggest labels in our genre, had songs placed in the popular video game Rocket League, played shows across the UK and Europe, and amassed millions of streams over the years. So without further ado, time to grab a coffee, sit down, and get started. Okay, welcome to your first track in Ableton Live 12 Suite. So for this first track, I'm just going to quickly break down what we're going to be learning. We're going to be making a very basic melodic house track. We're going to be using piano. We're going to use pads. We're going to be making a lead. We're going to be using drum samples to build out a nice drum loop. We're going to be using effects. We're going to learn sidechain compression, and we're also going to have a look at EQ and filters. And then we're going to also arrange our entire track into a full song. Okay, so let's get started. When you open up Ableton Live 12 Suite, you should be seeing something similar to what I'm seeing over here in front of you. You might have a different, some different colors over here or different channels, but you should be seeing at least a MIDI channel and an audio channel. These are 2 different types of channels here, and we'll get back to that later on. You should be seeing some return channels here, and your main, it's called your master channel. In Ableton Live 12 they call it main. I'm not sure why they did that. And then you've got kind of 2 different views here. In Ableton Live 11 you might have noticed, if you tried using that before, that when you open it, it opens up in this session view. In this version it opens up, I think, in the arrangement view, but if not, you can always click on these to toggle between them, or you can hit tab. In Live 12 you can also open up this to have a look at your mixer. You can click on that or click on it to make that disappear, which is a nice little upgrade. On the left here you have your sample browser. You probably don't see all the same folders that I have over here. These are third-party sample packs that I have saved here on the left. But if you don't have any sounds, you can just go to your library here, click on all, or you can go to sounds here and you can find sounds there. You can also click on samples. That should show you all your samples. Okay, so throughout this course I'm going to be using basic waves samples. You don't need to use them. Ableton has a nice library of drum sounds that it comes with, stock standard sounds. think if you click here on sounds, is it, where is it? I think you might have to go to drums. You can choose some drum kits over here. And there's also some, you can search, like if you search clap, you can find a bunch of stock sounds here. So let's get started. The first thing I want to do is I want to get into our MIDI channels and how we can make something musical. We want to write some piano chords. So for that, we need to use our MIDI channel. And so this is a MIDI channel. And if you don't see a MIDI channel, you can always right click here and go insert MIDI track. And that'll give you a new MIDI track. I'm just going to click on that and delete it with the delete key. And how we can add some notes to that is we can highlight a section on our channel here, and we can right click and go insert empty MIDI clip. And that'll allow us to start writing notes, making some melodies and chords. But in order to do that, we need to have an instrument loaded into this channel. And what I want to do first is make some piano chords. So here we can go down to instruments, and maybe we can filter here. We can go down to piano and keys, and we can see we have a bunch of instruments here. The instrument I want to look for is the grand piano. So if we just click on the down arrow here in the instrument rack, you can browse and look for grand piano, or you can just search grand, and then you can see you have the grandpiano.adg. And if I try and drag that onto an audio channel, it won't let me drag it onto an audio channel. You can see here at the bottom, this turns orange and gives you an error. It says only audio effect can be inserted into an audio track. So we've got to insert it onto a MIDI track. So here you can drag it onto there like that, or you can just click on the channel and then double click it. And then it'll load it onto the channel. So now you can see it's loaded onto the channel here. And it's got a bunch of knobs. Don't worry about that just yet. But now we should be able to make a sound with this channel. So if we click on this, double click on this MIDI clip here, this is where we can put notes in. And you can also change the length of this clip. So what might have happened is maybe you would have created your own MIDI channel, but your own MIDI clip, but maybe you made a much shorter one than me. If you want to make it longer, you click and drag it. The problem is it's set to loop mode. So you can see these little dots here shows that it loops. So if I put in a note here by double clicking, you'll then get 4 notes spread across there, whereas on this one you get 1 note. That's because loop mode is turned on here, so you can just turn off loop mode, and then you'll be able to drag this out to whatever length you want. So just be aware of that. So I'm just going to delete that. Another thing you might notice is that this has a bunch of purple lines on it. And that is just highlighting the scale that we're in. You can see here it says C major, and at the top here it also says C major. This is our like our global scale that we have set up over here. We can change that. I think today I want to work in A minor. It's one of the easiest keys to remember, because even if we turn off the highlight scale, we can see that A minor starts at A, and it's all makes up all of the white notes over here. Okay, so I think at this point it's time to do a tiny bit of music theory before we start writing our first chords. So very basic music theory is we have these things called scales or keys, and all it is just a collection of notes that sound good together. So here we have the A minor scale, which starts at A. It goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then back to A. And it just repeats all the way up this keyboard. So we can move all of these notes across so we can hear each one of these notes. And I'm just going to hit my space bar and it'll play them. I'm just going to make these a bit longer. So I'm just going to highlight all of them. And then I'm going to hit the ×2, which is going to make them twice the length. Okay, so you can hear these notes when you play them together. I'm just going to duplicate them with Control D here, and then I'm going to reverse them. And now I'm going to play this in a row. That's our A minor scale, and you can hear all of these notes sound good together. What do I mean by they sound good together? Well, if I take one of these notes and put them outside of the scale, so I'm going to move this down. So instead of it being on the E here, I've moved it down to the D sharp. You can see here it says D sharp. It's going to now sound like there's a note in there that sounds wrong. You know, it has a different vibe now. So let's move that back up to the E, and for the rest of this lesson we're going to be sticking to the scale of A minor. So all you need to know is we need to avoid all of these black keys just for this lesson. Okay, so I'm going to delete all of these notes and we're going to make our first chord. So if you don't know what a chord is, a chord is basically just a collection of notes that are played together at the same time that together make a nice harmony and create an emotion. So typically when we're talking about chords, we're talking about 3 notes together, which is called a triad. And what I want to make here is called a minor triad. And how we make our triads is I'm going to copy this note. So I've just highlighted it, I've hit Control-C on my keyboard, and I'm hitting Control-V to paste it. And so now I can use my up and down arrows on my keyboard to move this note up and down. And how we can create our chord, our first chord, is we're going to place a note here, and then we're going to copy and paste that and paste another note here. So it's the easy way to remember how to construct a basic triad is to skip a note here and then place a note, then skip another note and place a note. So starting at A, we place a note at A, and we skip the B, we place a note at C. We skip the D, we place a note at E. That's how we created our first A minor triad. So what happens if we want to make a chord that starts on a different note? Let's say D. We place a note at D, we skip E, we place a note at F, we skip G, and we place a note at A. That's our D minor chord. Let's try one at C. We make a note at C, we skip a note at D, we make a note at E, we skip a note at F, we make another note at G. That is not a G minor chord, that's a G major chord. If you look at these two, you can see there's a difference. What's the difference? One is minor, one is major, but how do I know that one is minor and one is major? The easy way to tell, just by visually looking, is the number of spaces between the first and the second note. So you'll see here, if I count the lines, we've got one black line, we've got a white line, and then we've placed our note. So there's 1, 2, 3 steps. So we've got 3 steps. And then this one, our major chord, 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. That's our major chord. The gap between the D and the A, the bottom note and the high note, is the same as the gap between the bottom note and the high note. That's 7 steps. So, and another concept or another word I want to introduce is the word semitones. Semitones are the same as steps. So the gap between our first and second note on our minor triad is 3 semitones. 1, 2, 3. And on this one it's 4 semitones. 1, 2, 3, 4 semitones. So anytime I mention semitones, just know that I'm mentioning basically this kind of a difference. 1 semitone or 2 semitones, you get the picture. So the difference between a semitone and a whole tone is another concept. Whole tone is just 2 steps. All right, so now you know semitones, you know how to build basic triads, and that's basically all the theory we need to make our first chord progression. So let's listen to our A minor chord. I'm going to just turn off these notes. This is what our A note sounds like. Then we're adding a C. I'm going to just turn off the A note so we can only hear the C. And then we're adding our E chord. And all together, when I play them, we have this chord. Let's listen to what some other chords sound like. So I'm going to just copy and paste this across. Yeah, I can highlight all of them and I can hold down the control key on my keyboard. If you're on Mac, it might be the command key or it might be the control key. I'm not sure. Just try both of them or the option key. So I'm just going to hold that down and then I'm going to click and drag. Then I can copy these across. So let's make a different chord here. Let's go up to the C chord. And now you should notice a problem with this chord. Let's listen first of all. Doesn't sound right, does it? Well, what did I say in the beginning is that we're in A minor, the scale that we're in, and we have to adhere to all the white notes here. If you have a look on a piano, I know I've been calling them white notes, and here they're kind of just like a light gray. But I mean, if the reason why I'm calling them white notes is if you have a look at a piano, all of these keys would be white, and all of these ones would be black. So we've got, the problem is here we've got a black note, so we need to move this note somewhere. What happens if we move it down? Do we have our basic C major triad? We don't. The reason we don't is because we haven't made a C major chord here. If we count the number of steps here, if we remember a major chord has 4 steps up to the next note. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be a C major triad. So what happened when we copied this over is we made a C minor triad, because the space between this note and this note, the space between this note and this note is 1, 2, 3 semitones, which is a minor, and we want to just move this up so that it's 4 semitones, and we are now back in our key of A minor. So now we have 2 chords placed one after each other. Let's hear them. Let's take another one. We're going to copy this over, and here I'm going to make a E minor chord. Now we've got an E major chord because we copied the C major chord over here. So we just need to make sure we move this down so that there's only a 3 semitone gap over here. 1, 2, 3. Let's hear how that sounds. And let's copy that over again. I'm going to copy it again by holding down control, clicking and dragging. And now we're going to the G. And you can see that this lands on a black note, so probably in the scale we need to make a G major chord. So let's move that up and hear how that sounds. Okay, so there's a basic chord progression. The chord progression goes like this: A minor, C major, E minor, G major. This chord progression is also called a 1, 3, 5, 7 chord progression. So this is another important concept, and that's just the concept of numbers. So anytime I'm talking about numbers here, if I say let's go to the 1 chord or the 3 chord, all I'm talking about is the degree of the scales. So if we look at the A minor scale, we've got A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And if we count that, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I say the 1 chord, you know I'm talking about A, because it's the first chord. If I say the 3 chord, you know I'm talking about C, because that's 1, 2, 3. So there's our 3 chord. And if I say my 7 chord, we know that's the G here, because if we count up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I said the 4 chord, what chord would I be talking about? You try and count it yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4. What does that say? That's D. So I'm talking about the D chord. And we don't know if D is major or minor until we build the chord. So let's build it. D. We're going to skip a note and place a note. We're going to skip a note and place a note again. So here we've got a, let's count the gap here. 1, 2, 3. That's a minor triad. So the 4 chord is a D minor chord. All right, so we've got our chord progression written out. And one thing I want to do with this chord progression is just make it sound a bit nicer. I think it doesn't sound very nice. It's a bit, it goes up too high in my opinion. I don't want it to keep on doing that. It's going to be a bit boring. And it doesn't sound very rich. So what I want to do is I want to transpose. Transpose means move. I want to transpose this whole chord and a number of semitones into a different space here. I want to move it further down. So what we can do is we can move it down 1 octave. An octave is 12 notes, 12 semitones. And what happens if we move 12 semitones is we land on exactly the same chord, but it's just going to be lower down. It's just going to be deeper. So if I move this down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, you'll see that starts on an E. Just like it was before. It was on the E over here, but now it's further down. And let's listen to it. So it's a bit more dramatic when it goes down. When it goes up, it almost feels a bit lighter. It feels, I'd say, emotion-wise, happier. I'd say it feels more dramatic when it goes down. And so let's have a listen to what it would sound like if we moved this down 12 semitones. So I don't feel like pushing the down arrow 12 times again. A quick way to do that in Ableton is to hold down the Shift key on your keyboard and just hit the down arrow. And then it's going to move it down 12 semitones. So let's listen to that now. Okay, so that sounds a bit nicer. Generally speaking, when I write chord progressions, and when most people write chord progressions, you want to try and get the chords kind of closer together. I'd say it sounds a bit more classy when you don't have these massive jumps and chords are being played in different octaves. It's not a rule. It's more just like a guideline. Rules are there to be broken and guidelines are there to be bent. Somebody might write a chord progression that has chords in, many different octaves and it sounds incredible. But just generally speaking, as a beginner, I would say try and keep your chords a bit closer together. There's also something else that we can do here with these chords is these notes. So for example, this chord, our C major chord, is made up of C, E, and G. We don't have to play them in this exact order. We can play the G in a different octave. So I could move that up 12 semitones. I'm going to hold down Shift and move it up. And that's going to give us a different feeling. But it's still the same chord. It still gives the same emotion. It's just the notes are voiced differently. They're being played in different octaves. Likewise, we can move it down 12 semitones, like that. It sounds different, but the overall message that the chord is delivering is still the same. It's still a C major chord. It's just what we would call now is an inversion. An inversion is when you play a different note in the bass. So in the lowest note, you have a different note, but it's still the same chord. We're not choosing like a completely different note. So we're not putting an A over here. You know, the G is still part of the C major triad. We're just moving it down an octave. And now our notes are even closer together. Okay, so those are inversions, and I think what I'll do is I'm not going to talk too much about inversions because it's a bit more of a, I wouldn't say advanced topic, but maybe a topic for our next song. For this song, I'm going to stick to just basic triads so that you can get used to making them and using them. And so my recommendation now is to go and try and make your own chord progression. You can copy this one, but it would be good to pause the video and just try a few different chord progressions. For example, we could duplicate this over here. I just highlighted everything and hit Control D. And then we could try out some different degrees of the scale. At the moment we're doing 1, 3, 5, 7. What if we tried maybe a 1, 4 something? Let's try, we go from the 1 up to the 4, which is needs to be a minor chord because you can see this one sitting on a black key. So we move it down. And we go, maybe let's go from the 1, 4, let's maybe go to the, let's stick to 1, 4, 5, 7, see how that sounds. So I'm going to play this one first and then play this one, oopsie, I'm going to play this one first and then play this one after it, and you'll feel the different emotion that the chord progressions have, and maybe you'll prefer one over the other. So this one had a bit more of a dramatic feel, maybe a bit darker, and that's because our second chord is not a major chord. Major chords tend to feel a bit more happy, a bit brighter. So maybe we can try another major chord, because we'll have more major chords in the scale. Let's try and find that major chord. Is it the E? No, it's not the E, because if we try and make a minor chord, we can see here it fits perfectly. If we had to make a major chord, it sits on the G sharp here, which is not part of the scale. So let's make our major chord and just move it up and down until it fits all the white notes. Ah, there's a G chord. And we've already got a G chord in our chord progression. Let's try and make sure that we have 4 different chords and see how that sounds. That's not a rule, by the way. Sometimes having the same chord twice in a progression sounds nice. So let's keep moving around. What about, oh sorry, that was an F. I said G. That's my mistake. So F we actually don't have in this chord progression. So let's try going from A minor to F and see how that sounds. So that gives a different feel. Let's maybe move it down and see how that sounds. Let's compare these two now. Okay. I think I prefer the first one. You might want to play around a bit more and see what you like. I know a nice chord progression is going down from the 1 to the 7, to 1 to the 6 to the 7, and then back to the 1 can sound quite nice. So you could make a 3-chord chord progression like this. Let's listen to how that sounds. And if we want to loop this section so that we can hear how this chord progression would sound if it kept on playing over and over again, we can highlight a section here of our clip and just hit Control L. Or you can click on this button. And that'll make a loop brace. This thing's a loop brace. We can drag it to make it longer, or we can make it shorter. But if we play it, this playhead's just going to keep on looping here. And let's listen to what this one sounds like, looped. Okay, so I think that's enough explaining how to make chord progressions. There are thousands, if not unlimited, types of chord progressions that you can make. There's various resources online. If you just search for something like common chord progressions, you'll find the, let's call them the algorithms for different chord progressions, the codes like 1 4 5 7, 1 3 5 6 1 6 4 1 or something. So you can go and Google various chord progressions and try them out and see how they sound. But for the rest of this lesson, we're going to be using the first chord progression that we wrote. So I'm going to delete that one. And here we're going to be sticking to our very basic 1 3 5 7 chord progression. Okay, so at the moment this piano doesn't sound very nice. I want to make these chords sound a bit fuller, a bit thicker, a bit beefier. So what I want to do here is I just want to copy the bottom note of each chord, and you can do that by holding down Shift and selecting like I have. And I want to copy and paste it, Control C, Control V, and then I'm going to hold down Shift and the down arrow. And what I've done is I've just duplicated the bottom note down 1 octave, down 12 semitones. So if you missed that, another way you can do it is you can just click on that, Control C, Control V, and then hit your down arrow 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. And make sure that it's landing on the A, that's 1 octave below this A. This one, you want it on the C, that's 1 octave below. Here I just did that by holding down the Control key and clicking and dragging. So there's many different ways you can copy and paste or duplicate or move a note. So clicking and dragging is one control, by holding down Control and clicking and dragging. The way I typically do this is by highlighting all of the bottom notes, holding down Control C, Control V, and then Shift and down arrow. And now I'll listen to this. Now it's fuller because we've got that low bottom note. Let's hear how it sounds if I shift and hit Shift and down one more time. Now we get that really deep note. I think for now I'm going to keep it over there. Another thing we can do to make this piano sound a bit nicer is we can turn down the velocity. So what's velocity? Velocity is how hard you push down on the keys. If you were sitting at a piano, you could either slam down your fist on the keyboard, I'd say that would be maximum velocity, or you very gently just touch the key so it barely makes a sound. That's a very low velocity. And so here you can see it says velocity, and you got these lines. We can click and drag them, and it'll bring down the velocity of that specific note. So if you click on another note, you can click and drag down the velocity. Another way you can do it is by holding down Alt on your keyboard. I'm not sure what it is on Mac, could be Option. Hold down Alt and then click and drag up and down on any note, and that'll control the velocity of the notes. So I can select all of them and bring down the velocity of all of them. Let's try bring them down to like 64. And so you can hear it gets a bit quieter, and also it's not as bright, doesn't sound as hard. So let's select all of them. I'm going to hit Control A, and then I'm going to hold down Alt and just drag down all the way to the bottom. Now you can hear it's really quiet. Let's move it up a bit more. I think that sounds nice. So I think if we want to make these sound like somebody is actually playing the piano, we can make this sound a bit more human. by maybe having different velocities for each chord. If you think about a human playing the piano, they don't play every chord exactly the same velocity. Each chord will be slightly different because we're human, we're not perfect. Also, the note placement will be slightly different. So we can select all of these. And here you can see under velocity we have some randomize. And this is a really nice feature of Ableton Live 12. We have randomize and we have ramp. So we can randomize the velocity here. If we just bring down, if we click on this slider here and click and drag up and down, you can see the notes have random velocities applied to them now in different amounts. So if we just do, say, 23% randomization, you can click this and it'll keep on randomizing and changing them. And we can just listen to how this sounds now. And if we do a very high randomization, now each chord feels pretty drastically different. I don't want it to be that random. I'd say like maybe 30%. That sounds nice. And now we can loop this, because I want this chord progression to play over and over again. And so I think let's do like a 16 bar loop. So if I click and drag across here, you can see each one of these is a bar. And if you're seeing something different, you might be seeing like a layout that looks something like this with lots of little bars here. That's because of your settings here. So you can, I always work on narrow. This is a kind of like a dynamic bar structure where you can see the bars will get closer and closer together as we zoom in. You can zoom in by clicking and dragging here up and down. Or you can have a fixed grid by selecting your fixed number of bars here. So you can have 8 bar sections. So now when we highlight, it jumps to these 8 bar sections. You can have 4 bar sections, 1 bar. But I always stick to this narrow because I like it to dynamically adjust to how zoomed in I am. And how I can tell how many bars I have highlighted is by reading in this section here. As I highlight, it'll say here length, and it'll tell me the number. So you can see it says 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I want 16 bars. So if I drag this across to 16 bars, you can see this is looping because we have loop turned on. If I turn it off and drag it out, it doesn't loop that chord progression. So let's turn loop on because we want to loop it. But now the problem is it's not looping it. There's a big gap there. Why is there a big gap? Let's look at our MIDI clip here. If I just double click on it, you can see this blue bar here. Yours might be a different color if your clip is a different color. So if I just change that to a different color, you'll see this bar is now yellow. But this is the bar I'm talking about. And here, I always recommend keeping this eye on. If you click on this eye, you can read what these things are called. So as I hover over that, it says loop brace. And it tells you what the loop brace does. So that defines basically the length of the loop. So if I reduce the size of this, and you keep your eye up here, you can see we start getting a proper loop where this chord progression is now looping over and over again. Okay, so in my opinion, these chords are playing a bit too quickly. You know, it's very fast the way the rate that they're going at. Ding, 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 ding. I want it a bit longer, like ding, 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 ding. So how can we do that? We can select all of these and make them double the length. I'm going to select all these notes and hit ×2, and now you'll see they stretch. But now we've got a problem because our loop brace only extends to our second chord now, we have a loop like this. And we want to hear these two chords too. So now we just need to extend that loop brace. Or you can have a look at the loop length here. So here it says 2. So that's a 2-bar length, which you can see here on the numbers. We got 1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 2. And that's a 2-bar loop. So if we change that to 4, you can click and just type the number 4 and hit enter. Now we have our full chord progression. Okay, so that sounds better to me. Now the chord progression is going a bit slower, and we have some time to write a nice melody to go with the chord progression. All right, so let's go on to the next step, which is going to be writing our melody. So what is the difference between melody and chords, or melody and harmony? Well, a melody is typically a collection of notes played one after each other that kind of will create something that you could remember, something that you could hum. For example, you can hum this chord progression. It goes So the chord progression does have a melody, but typically when we're talking about a melody, I'm more talking about a succession of single notes being played one after another. So maybe something like this. Let's do we're gonna draw notes now above these chords, and I'm just gonna quickly draw up something. Let's see. Let's see, I'm just guessing here. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this across. Okay, so that is what I would call a melody. So we've got these notes that are playing over the top. I'm just going to make them a bit louder. And when I hear them, it's what I would call the melody of the song, because it's the part that I would remember. So if you listen to that for the next 30 seconds and walked away into the kitchen and made yourself a cup of coffee, that melody would probably be stuck in your head going dun 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 dun. That's a melody. So let's try and write a melody that we really enjoy the sound of. But maybe let's do it on a different channel, because I want to leave these chords alone. I don't want to write them in the same instrument. I want to use a different instrument. So let's drag a different instrument here onto our second MIDI channel. So here we can go to instruments, and let's go down to, well, let's keep it on piano and keys. So we're going to filter by piano and keys, and maybe let's go for electric piano. I want an electric piano, and I think what I'm going to use is electric. So let's go to electric, because that's like an electric piano kind of sound. And let's go for, let's listen to some of them. See, they all sound pretty different. Quite liked that mellow one. I also like the basic one. Actually, I really like the basic one. Let's try the basic one. So I've got this one selected. I'm just going to double click here. It's going to open it up. And now we're going to highlight a section of this. So the same length as our chord progression. And I'm going to right click and hit Insert MIDI Clip or Control-Shift-M. That's the key. I recommend using the hotkeys, right from the beginning, because you'll learn them, and then your workflow will just be so much faster than right clicking. So highlight, Control-Shift-M, get used to it. Okay, and if you didn't have a MIDI clip, a MIDI channel to drag this onto, just remember you can right click and insert a MIDI track or hit Control-Shift-T. All right, so now we want to write our melody. Okay, so there's one rule when we're writing our melody for today, and that is we need to stick with A minor. So remember, we are in A minor, it's all the white notes. Ableton has this feature where it also lets you highlight the scale, so you can see which notes are in the scale. This makes it a lot easier to remember. The reason why I haven't spoken about this before is because I think it's really important for beginners to learn scales, just visually knowing where the scales are rather than relying on this highlight scale function. You might one day be collaborating with somebody using a different DAW and they don't have the highlight scale feature, and then you haven't learned any of the scales. It's a little bit embarrassing. So yeah, just a little word about this highlight scale thing. You can also click on the scale thing, which will only let you use the notes in the scale that you have selected. But I also recommend, at least for a while, sticking to remembering scales. Until you know your scales, I would say don't use the scale feature. I use it now, but that's only because I know my scales and it speeds up my workflow. It's kind of like a, do as I say, don't do as I do. And the reason is because you need that solid foundation of music theory. Anyway, enough rambling on about that. We're going to write our first melody. So writing a melody is really all about feeling and a little bit about music theory. So we know we need to stick with all the white notes, and we know our scale is A minor. And so when I'm writing a melody, often what I want to try and do is you want to either start at your home base. It's kind of like going on a journey. You're starting from home, you're going somewhere, and then you're returning back home. And returning back home is typically referred to as the resolution, because it feels like a complete sentence or like a resolved problem. So if I had to, for example, write a melody that went like this, and let's say we ended there, I never finished the melody, that feels unresolved. But what if I go din, din, dun. Now it feels resolved, even if I don't continue playing a melody. But if I just stop over here, it's kind of, what's happening? Like, where's it going? It feels like we've gone on a journey and then just kind of forgotten about the journey. So that's what I like to aim for. And my kind of process for writing melodies is more by feel. So what I typically would start doing is trying to write a rhythm, because a melody is basically made up of choosing notes in a specific rhythm. And so maybe we can just start with one note. Let's start with just the A note and make our melody make some rhythm. So let's try an eighth note rhythm. So if we divide this up into eighths here, you'll see these blocks are now eighth notes. If I play that, and I just keep playing that, I'm just going to Control D it. It's kind of hypnotic. It's playing these eighth notes. It's not a very interesting melody, but sometimes the very basic one-note melodies work really well. You might hear like, I think Kind of Music do that quite a lot if you listen to them. Or we can try maybe a different rhythm. We have something called a dotted eighth, which is just 3 eighth notes. Oops. All the way across. Or you can divide it up into sixteenths and do a dotted 16th note, which is just 3 16th notes. Or you could do a combination of different rhythms. So like maybe if we take a dotted eighth, which is 3 eighth notes, and blend it with, let's do 2 dotted eighth notes and blend it with 2 eighth notes, like this. And then take this collection and duplicate that across. So that has quite a nice, memorable rhythm to it. It's simple. You could clap along like. It's something that would be quite catchy, I think. And so now all we need to do to write a melody is move these up and down and see what sort of rhythm or what sort of melody we can write. What emotions does it evoke? Let's try that. So let's maybe let's move this one up. Let's go up to the B, and then let's stay on the B, and then let's move up to the C. See how that sounds? Or let's go here and move the B up to the C and move the C up to the D. Or let's try going down. This is like what I'll be doing 90% of the time when I'm writing melodies, is just trying different things until I eventually find something that sounds cool to me. Oh, there I'm hearing this. Sometimes you'll get like an intuition about what you want the next note to be. I'm hearing ding, 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 something like that. Maybe this one goes up, ding, ding. That would be our variation, is what I would call it. So instead of going down, now we surprise the listener by going up. Or maybe we go up to the B. Yeah, that sounds quite nice. Let's loop that and see how it sounds. I quite like that melody. I want to show you one more method for writing melodies that might help you if you don't really trust your ear. If you're sitting here and you're trying to write your melody and you're like, man, I don't know, it all sounds the same to me. I think I'm not sure if what I'm doing sounds right. And that is to really use your chords to help you choose your notes. So I'm going to duplicate this whole channel. You can right click and just hit duplicate or Control D. I'm going to turn off this one, which is our first melody that we wrote. I'm just going to delete all the notes here. Or actually, let's not delete them. Let's keep that same rhythm. And so what I want to do here is I want to use the notes in here to dictate which notes we're going to make our melody out of.
And so if we have a look at, we can kind of overlay these on top of each other in Ableton. We can click on the first MIDI clip here, and I'm going to hold Control and click on the one below it. And now you can see they're both selected together. And so now we can select and move either of these notes at the same time, which makes it really fast for editing. The other thing we can do is we can click on Focus, and that kind of grays out our melody at the moment. But if we click on this blue line here, now we're focusing on our melody, and we can adjust it. And we can use these chords as kind of a guide. So what if I just move these down and place them on top of my chord notes? We know those notes are going to fit the chord progression because they are a part of the chord progression. And so if I just choose the top note, now we get this rhythm. Sorry, this melody. Which works. It's a melody that works. It's not a very interesting melody. It's not very hypnotic like the other one. I think had a bit more of a cool vibe to it. But you don't have to use the top note. You can try other notes. So what if we stuck to that note through this one? So we played the same note, and then on this one we moved down to, we'd stay on this note here. And then on this one we move down to the bottom note. And maybe on these two notes here, we shift them up to that note. You see, I'm just kind of sticking onto the gray lines here. And on this one, we go down to that note. And this one, we go up to that note. It's just a wild guess. Let's see how it sounds. You know, this could allow us to write a bit more of a complex melody. Maybe it doesn't have to be exactly the same in loop. Maybe this melody could have continued into this section with this note, these notes moving down or something. How do we do that? Because if we change this note, all of them change on each block. We have to change the length of our loop. So let's set it to 8 bars instead of 4. And now we could continue the melody here. Let's just delete that. I'm going to select all of them and hit Control D. And now I want to move this. So when I listen to this melody, I kind of heard it going dun dun dum dum. I heard it going down. So what if we just move down? Let's see how that sounds. I'm going to play it from here. Oh, that works quite nicely. Let's listen to the whole melody. Okay, so now we've got a bit of a longer melody, and it's a bit more interesting because it doesn't loop with the chord progression. You know, it's not changing. So this section feels completely different to this whole section because the context is changing. We're using a different note here rather than using that note. And we can take this even further. We could make this whole melody unique. We could increase the length to 16 bars. And let's duplicate that all the way across. And highlight both of these. And now we can listen to it and see where does this melody want to go. So if I just play it, I'm just going to kind of use my intuition and see, oh, maybe it should go up here, or maybe it should go down there. I think what I'm hearing is that this plays the same as this, And then this last bit is different. So if we had to think of this as in different letters, like this is our A section, this is our B section. Here we've got an A section again and another A section. Maybe we can make a pattern like an A, B, A, B, or an A, B, A, C. So this section should be different to this one. So how do we change that? How can we make it different? Maybe we could try a different note on this chord, so it goes to a different place. What if we go down to there, and then on this one we move up, and on this one we move up again, and we'll leave that over there. Let's see how this whole thing feels now. I almost like that. It just felt like the ending was a bit too happy for me. So what if we take this and try and take it somewhere else? We could go to that chord, that note, or we could go to that note, or we could even go down to this note here. That might be kind of dark. Let's see how that sounds. Sounds a bit weird. I'm going to go back up an octave. I quite like that. It's just a repetition. It's like we're going somewhere and then we come back to it. There's nothing wrong with repeating notes. Repetition is one of the most powerful things in music. And don't think that just because you've used this note here that you can't use it again there. You can definitely do that. So if we overlay these, we can see we've stuck to all the same notes that are in our chords, and we've landed up with something that is both sounds, I think, memorable and it fits nicely. So let's compare our two melodies and see how one sounds versus the other. So here's the other one. I like that one, and I also like this one. I wonder what they would sound like if we played them together. Let's see. Sometimes it sounds cool and sometimes it sounds a bit tense, I think. Maybe what we should do is keep both of them but play one on a different instrument than the other. Let's see what it sounds like if we changed this instrument, this one, to maybe like a softer paddy sound. So pads are, if you don't know what a pad is kind of just like a really soft atmospheric sound. Let's try something. Let's filter by pad. And let's just go through, let's try drift. That one's quite interesting. Let's see what it sounds like if we drag that onto this channel.
Maybe it's a bit low down. We can try and move this whole melody up an octave. So I'm going to hit Control A and just hit the shift and up arrows. Oh, it's a bit, yeah, a bit dissonant. Let's try another pad. Let's try that one. Let's keep trying different ones until one just sounds good. I like that one. Okay, so we've got a chord progression, we've got one melody here, and we've got another melody here. I would suppose that you would call these counter melodies because they're doing different things, they're playing at the same time. And so you might hear people talk about counter melodies. How I like to think about counter melodies is typically you would have one melody which is kind of like the lead melody, and then a counter melody that's doing something different and also is being played at kind of a different pace. So typically you'd have like a fast melody like this one that's really fast and plucky, and then we've got this kind of slower one that has longer notes in it. And those can generally work quite nicely together. Okay, so let me introduce you to something called EQ and filtering, because we can use those to make this sound a bit nicer. So I'm going to open up the EQ8. So if you just search EQ and just make sure you don't have anything selected, and then go down to audio effects, you'll see this EQ8 here. I'm going to load it up on our pad sound, and I'm just going to click on the solo button here so we're only hearing the pad. So we can use this EQ to control the frequencies of our audio spectrum here. The high frequencies sitting up here, and the low frequencies, and these are our mid frequencies. And so you can take this number 4 here and click and drag it up and down, and you'll see what it sounds like if we boost the high end. Right, it gets a lot brighter, a lot sharper. What happens if we bring it down? It starts to sound a bit muffled and a bit filtered. So this is called a low shelf filter, one where we're just kind of turning up and down on the high end. You can see this line is kind of like a shelf. We can change the shape of that by turning this on, or we can change the shape here. This is called a low pass filter, and you can see that's cutting out a lot of the high end. So if I take this and drag it down, it gets so muffled that eventually we don't hear it anymore. So we're going to be using these filter shapes a lot. Another filter shape that we use is called the high pass filter, which is the same as this, but it's just the reverse of it. And we could use that to basically only hear that crackly high end. Or if we wanted to filter out the high end, we can do that. Okay, so we've got an EQ on here now. Let's take another EQ and put it on here and play with it and see how that sounds. If I turn on this low pass filter, we can make it a lot softer. Okay.
So that's filters basically explained to you. It's actually quite an intuitive subject. I don't think it's too hard to understand. Let's see how they sound on the piano, because the piano, I think it'll make a big difference. We can make the piano feel very dark and moody if we low pass it. That sounds really nice. See how these sound together. Let's turn this one down a bit. Yeah, I like that. All right, so I think it would be cool to actually put some effects on this, some delay and reverb. And if you don't know what reverb or delay is, well, the best way to understand them is to just hear them. Delay will kind of create a copy of a sound, kind of like an echo. And a reverb, well, reverb is what you hear when you're standing in an empty bathroom and you make a sound. It kind of fills the whole space and sounds really atmospheric. So let's I think put maybe a reverb on this and see how that sounds. And I'm going to search reverb, and reverb will be under audio effects. The reverb I'm going to use is just the standard Ableton reverb here. Let's hear how that sounds. You can't really hear it that much. I'm going to turn up the decay to make it much bigger. If I turn it off, you'll notice that it's gone. Turn it back on. Makes it really spacey. Let's see how reverb sounds on the piano. Double click on that. Maybe add some decay to it. Sounds really spacey and atmospheric. Now you got to be careful with reverb, because I know that what it's like to be a beginner and you discover reverb, it sounds amazing, you want to put it on everything, but it very quickly builds up and starts to sound very amateur and cluttered and messy. So I think when it comes to reverb on like a sound like this piano, I would have a much shorter decay. Bring down the dry wet a bit. The dry wet is just the wetness. The wet side of the dry and wet is the reverb that you're hearing. So it'll just be this. The dry is just the signal without the reverb. And you can blend them together. So let's bring down the decay. We have a little bit of reverb on the piano. We have a lot of reverb on this, because it works nicely and together they sound nice. And maybe on this, it would sound nice to have a delay. So let's try delay. I'm just searching delay. Make sure you have audio effects selected. Double click on delay, and our delay is just going to repeat the sound, and it's going to do it at whatever interval we choose here. These are intervals of 16ths, so you have 1/16th, 2/16th, which is an eighth note, 3, which is a dotted 16th, 4, which is a quarter note, and so on. And so you can hear how this sounds if I put it on 1, if I put it on 2, 3, and we can control the dry wet here. Other things we can control is we can use filters just like we've done before. If you click on the circle and drag down and up, it's going to make what's called almost like a band pass, which is a combination of a high and a low pass. and we can filter out different frequencies. So if I make this 100% wet, you can hear just the delay. So now I've got a really filtered dotted 16th note delay, and if I bring back in the dry signal, you'll hear how they sound together. I open this up a bit. We also have this ping pong, which makes the delays bounce from left to right in your headphones. And we have the feedback, which is how many times it's going to keep bouncing. You see, if you have too much feedback, it starts to really build up and it gets a bit cluttered. So we can just bring down the feedback a bit. And maybe we can listen to them all together and see what combination sounds nice. Maybe we turn this one down a bit. See what it sounds like on 2. I like 2 because it feels like the groove feels a bit like it moves a bit more, like it's a bit more danceable. Bring up the feedback. Okay, so I think the last thing we need in terms of a musical element is we need a bass line. Because we've got all the stuff that's sitting high up in the frequency spectrum, the melodies, the chords, the pads, but we don't have something deep and low down to like really fill out the song. So let's make a new MIDI channel. So I'm hitting Control-Shift-T, or you can right-click and go insert MIDI track. And then we can highlight the portion that we want to insert our bass line onto. So we want a bass line that goes all the way across. But there is kind of a rule here that we're going to follow with the bass line, and that is we want our bass line to use the bottom notes of our chords. If we use different notes, because we have these low notes on our piano, the bass will sound a bit weird, like it's kind of clashing. So we can copy these notes and use them for our bass line. I'm just going to highlight them, hit Control-C, and then I want to make a new MIDI clip here. Hit Control-Shift-M. And I'm just going to click here and hit Paste. And now I can drag this across. And if yours didn't work, make sure loop is on and that your length is set to 4. Okay, so now we've got this bass line already written there. And now we need a sound for the bass line. So let's clear this. We're going to go to sounds. Let's go for bass. Let's look at character and see, maybe we can filter by character or type. Yeah, let's go for character. So what kind of bass do I want? I don't want something punchy. I want something kind of soft and just warm. So let's try filtering by soft and like listen to these ones. Like the sub-shaped one. I think that'll be a nice bass. Let's just solo this and listen to it. Okay, it sounds a bit too high up to me, and you can, if you didn't hear that yourself, just grab an EQ and just always check that when you're writing your bass, especially your sub bass, You want the notes to be playing typically under 100 hertz. So you can see this one's sitting right above 100 hertz. And it doesn't sound very thick, very warm. So let's try pitching this all down 1 octave. So I'm going to highlight it all, hold shift, and then hit the down arrow. And now you can see that note is playing well below 100. Oh, but that bottom one kind of disappears. We don't hear it very well. So maybe what we should do is shift just that E up an octave. So it's playing in E1 instead of E0. Okay, and we can try some of these dials here to see how it sounds. These are called macros, and they're going to change the sound of our bass line. Let's try this pulse width. That's interesting. What if we turn the sync up? Cool, so you can see what those are doing. What is this? So far, I quite like the pulse width, how it sounds. Let's just hear the sync on its own. Well, that fills it up a bit more, and you can see it fill it up because you see all these little individual like peaks. Those are called harmonics. And you can see we get more harmonics when we turn up that sync. And more harmonics usually leads to a fuller sound. Let's see how that sounds. Okay, so just to illustrate how much the sub has filled out the track, if I turn it off, you'll feel like, oh, something's missing. It suddenly feels a bit thin. When I turn it on, 1, 2, 3. Just play with these and see what we like. Quite like it at about 12% there. Okay, so now we've got 4 different instruments. We've got chords. We've got, I would say, what I would call a pad or a counter melody maybe. We've got our melody, and we've got our sub bass. So maybe we should just rename these chords. And if I went a bit quick there, sorry for not explaining, you can right click and choose rename, or just hit Control R, and you can type chords. And the quick way to start renaming the next element is to just hit Tab, and then you can rename this to, let's call that pad, and this one melody, and this one bass. Okay, so what else do we need? Well, first I want to save this, make sure that we don't lose it. So I'm just going to save it here to my projects folder. Let's call this Live 12 first track. Okay. So we've got our 4 melodic elements. I'm going to take a very short pause, and I'm going to go get myself a coffee, and then I'll be back, and then we're going to add our drums, and then we're going to take all of the stuff that we've made and we're going to turn it into a full song. It's going to be your first song. I'm excited. Hope you are too. Okay, see you shortly. Okay guys, we're back. Now we're going to start working on our drum loop. Right, so there's many different ways we can program our drum loops. We can use MIDI channels like we've been doing before with sort of drum instruments. And we can also use audio files by just dragging and dropping them onto our audio channels. So I'm going to show you both ways, and you can kind of choose for yourself which way to use drums, but my personal preference is to use MIDI and using samplers. I just feel like you get a lot more control and it's a lot easier to modulate the drums and make them interesting. Okay, so let's first start with the way that you can do it through audio. And so the first thing I want to put down is a kick drum. I'm just going to go into one of my kick packs here. I'm going to choose and you can just literally drag and drop it onto the playlist like I've just done. You just click and drag like that. So I'm just going to delete that one. And now if I play, you hear the kick drum play once. Well, what we want is we want a kick drum to land on each quarter note. So if you divide this up into quarter notes, you'll see these are our quarter notes. And then we can hold down, control, click and drag. Then we have a bunch of kick drums on our quarter note. But the faster way to do that would be then to highlight all of them and just hit Control D. Now you don't have to divide it up into quarter notes. You can also just visually see where your quarter notes are. So at the top here you can see 17, 7.2, 17.3, 17.4. You want them at each point number over there, so just like that. And then copy them across. Let's turn down the kick drum a bit. And you can copy that all the way across until we have a full loop. Okay, so that's one way to add a kick drum to our project. The other way is using a MIDI channel. Hit Control-Shift-T and make a new MIDI channel. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to choose my kick drum and I'm just going to double click on it or drag it onto the instrument or sample here. See, just drag it down there, or just hit Control-Z, or you can just double click on it. Much quicker. So that loads it into an instrument called the Simpler. Now, Simpler is a sampler. What a sampler does is it takes an audio file and it basically replays it for you. And it has a bunch of knobs and parameters that you can adjust to change the way that audio file sounds. Now, the reason I love using this for drums is that if I wanted to make a change to my drums, like let's say I wanted to make this sample, this kick drum a bit shorter, like this, I would then have to go and copy and paste this and delete this and, then copy it all the way across, which is pretty slow workflow. There might also be other things that I want to change, like the attack, which is basically like this slope. Maybe I want to take this and pitch it up. Well, then I have to do it for all of the kick drums, or I have to consolidate it into one long stem. It's just a slower way to work, in my opinion. So with the Simpler, how we add the kick drum into the project, I'm just going to turn this one off, is we're just going to add a MIDI clip over a quarter note space. The fast way to add a MIDI clip is to just double click in the space. Oops. So I double click and you can see it adds a clip wherever I double click. And the length of that clip is defined by the grid. So if I have it more zoomed out and I have a much larger grid, then the clip will be bigger. So I just zoom in until I get like a quarter note. And then here you can see we've got our quarter note. And then all we need to do to play back that sample, you'll see it's like kind of like you can play it on your keyboard if you have a keyboard connected to your computer and you hit this arm button. I'm now just tapping my computer keyboard. You can see it starts playing the kick drum. Otherwise, you just double click here and then you can play it. You can hear that note. The thing with a simpler though, is you have to put the note on this specific key as C3. If you place it any higher, it's going to start pitching the kick drum up. So C3, if you go to C2, or C4, sorry, your kick drum now sounds much higher up, much shorter. Go down, that's how it sounds originally. You go down even more, gets deeper, and eventually you just can't barely hear it. Make sure you stick to C3. Now we have one note stretched across C3 and we just drag this out because it's got that loop brace enabled. We get a kick drum all the way across there, much faster. So the process for putting that kick drum down, I'll go through it again. We just zoom in here, and double click, and we place a note at C3. Check that loop is enabled. And now all we do is just zoom out again, click, and drag that all the way across. Super quick. And now it's playing the kick drum. You can see it being triggered inside this simpler. We can change the volume of the kick drum. We can shorten the length of it here using this one-shot mode. You can put a fade out and make it much shorter, longer. You can pitch it up, pitch it down, add a fade in. So you can see just how much control we have over the kick drum in this mode. All right, so we've added a kick drum and that's a pretty simple process. Now we just need to set the volume of it. So I typically, when I'm setting the volume of my kick drum in relation to my instruments, I'm just using my ears. What I'm listening for is, I don't want the kick drum to be too loud. I don't want it to be the main focus of the track. I want it to be there just adding that punch and groove to the track. So, having a kick drum up here, all I can hear is the kick drum. But if I turn it down too much, I can't feel it anymore. I want to just turn it up until I can feel it. I'd say about there feels good. Okay, and so while we're on the topic of the kick drum, I'm going to introduce you to sidechain compression. Sidechain compression is really important in dance music because typically you're using it to make the kick drum cut through the mix without having to turn it up too loud. So one problem that you might have is you put in a kick drum and you just can't really feel it. And if you turn it up too much, it gets too loud and you get distortion and it sounds horrible. What we can do is we can use sidechain compression to turn down whatever element we want to turn down every time the kick plays. So let me show you an example of this visually using volume. So I'm going to use this utility which just controls volume. And if I play this bass line, make sure you have headphones on, by the way. Maybe I should illustrate this with another element, actually. Something that you can hear more clearly. Let's use the pad. Okay, so I'm just going to put a utility on the pad. What the utility does is just another control that I can turn down and up. Just using the gain to turn it up and down. And so what I want is, every time the kick drum plays, I want to use this to turn down the volume of the pad so that we can hear the kick drum more clearly. but I want more control than that. We can automate this. Don't worry about what I'm doing here. I'm just doing it to illustrate a concept. All you need to know is this line is going to be controlling the volume here. So that you can see the volume goes from 0 down to -infinity and then turns back up. And what I want to do is just copy that all the way across. And now you should hear each time the kick drum plays, the pad is going to go down in volume and then it's going to come back up. Compared to this. And that is essentially what sidechain compression is. We're using a audio source to turn down the volume of another audio signal. And there's a much better way of doing this. There's something called a compressor that is built to do this. So here I'm just going to search compressor and double click on that. If you just go to all when you search, it should pop up a bit quicker for you over there. And now under the compressor, we can click on this little arrow here and we turn on sidechain. And we take the audio input from the kick drum because we want to listen to the kick drum. We want this this compressor to be listening to the incoming signal of the kick drum. And we've got two kick drums. We've got 5 BTD kick 51 and 6 BTD kick 51. So we need to choose 6 BTD kick because that's the one that we're using. And so now when I play it, you can see the kick drum popping up in the viewport here. And then all we need to do is just turn down this threshold. This line needs to be below the peak of this. And then you'll hear the compressor starts to react to the kick drum. All right, so that's how you basically enable sidechain compression. Now the trick here is to dial it in so that you don't have this super obvious sidechain. You don't have too little where it's not doing anything. That's still quite a lot of sidechain. We can take this a step further and get a bit more control out of this here using this frequency, this EQ section. So I'm going to set it to this high pass filter. Don't worry about too much what this is doing right now. I'll explain it quickly, but if you don't understand, it's not super important. You can just copy my settings. And then once you have your sidechain set up, you can just copy that and use it across your project. So this EQ is basically, all it's doing as I turn it up is taking out the low end from the kick drum, but only from the signal that's coming through the compressor. We won't hear any difference in the kick drum. You'll see a difference on the peak. So as you watch that, you'll see the peak get smaller and smaller and more pointy. And that's exactly what I want. I'm going to put it at about 1,000 hertz, so 1 kilohertz. And then I'm going to bring the threshold all the way down. Not all the way down. My threshold's at -51 now. And now we get a much nicer point, a much nicer shape to work with. And we can use this release to control the length of that curve. Just keep watching that curve. As I make it shorter, and make it longer. So yeah, I have it usually at about 50 milliseconds here. And set this to 1K, make sure that it's on that setting. Threshold at -51, and that's my sidechain compressor setup. But now, I'm not too worried about the kick drum and the pad conflicting. What I'm worried about is the bass. Because the kick drum and the bass are both playing in very low frequencies. Look at the bass here. It's playing down here. The kick drum, we have a look at that. It's going to put an EQ over here. It's also playing very low down. And because they're playing at the same time in the same space, they're competing for attention. And so we want to solve that competition. We want to make the kick drum the winner in the competition. So let's go to the pad, and I'm just going to cut this off of the pad. So I'm going to hit Control X, the compressor. I'm going to paste it on the bass. So now you'll hear the bass ducking down every time the kick plays. We can drag this a bit further down. Now we have a much cleaner sound. Okay, so let's hear that now. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to copy this across to the melody and the pad, just so you can hear how the sidechain compressor makes the kick drum come through a lot more. So let's listen to that now. You get that kind of pumping sound that you might have heard like in Eric Prydz Call on Me, you know, the call on me, kind of like that pumping sound. That's exactly what we're looking for. But it sounds a bit maybe outdated, so let's just reduce the amount of sidechain. I think on the chords we don't need that much. And on the pad, let's do less. And then the melody, let's just bring down the threshold a bit. Okay, so let's hear how this sounds now. Okay, let's add our next drum sound. I think next up we can start adding some hi-hats. So I'm going to do Control-Shift-T, and we're going to add our main offbeat hi-hat. We want the kind of sound. So we need that open hi-hat. So I'm just going to go here to the BTD drum pack and go into cymbals, and we're going to look for an open hi-hat sound. Let's go with a 909 hi-hat. That's a pretty common sound in dance music. I'm just going to double click on that. And we're going to make a new MIDI clip here. And now we're going to place notes at C3, but where do we want these hi-hats to land? We want them to land between each kick drum. So you'll hear a kick drum plays here, and we want a hi-hat to play here, and we want another hi-hat there. So let's just place our hi-hat notes here, like that. And now we've got loop enabled. We can drag this all the way across. Okay, sounds cool. This hi-hat is a little bit panned to the right. If you listen in your headphones, you can hear it's kind of like leaning on the right-hand side. We can change the panning by using this dial here. So pan it left, right, center. But now the sample itself is a little bit panned right, so we can go in the controls here and also pan it. I think I prefer to use these controls when I'm using the simpler. So we can pan here a little bit left. A little bit more. Now it feels like it's sitting in the middle, and that's what I wanted. Okay, so we've got an offbeat hi-hat that's playing now. We can change the length of that hi-hat in the sampler. This is what's so nice about the sampler. I showed you the one-shot mode where we drag this down. and change the length like this. There's another way we can do it, and that's using classic mode, where we use decay and release and sustain to change the length of it. So if we bring down the sustain all the way down to 0, then we can use the decay to control the length. I think I want it like that, nice and tight. It's a bit quiet, so I'm just going to turn it up. If you want it at 0, you can just double click here. Okay, let's add some more hi-hats. I think now we can add some 16th note hi-hats. So at the moment we've got that 8th note hi-hat that's landing between the kick drums. I think we should have one that lands on all the 16th notes, all of these little spaces here. Fill those up. We can click here and make sure this is set to 16ths. You can see them, and then just duplicate that across. And then we drag it all the way. Now we can let's find a closed hi-hat. Maybe that one. Double click on it. And let's listen to how that sounds. Okay, I want to turn that down a bit. This one could be a bit louder maybe. Let's turn it up here. We can turn it up with the gain, or you can use the volume. Let's just use the volume here. And we can make these hi-hats have a little bit of bounce to them by using the velocity here. Let's turn down the first note and the second note, and the first note and the second note in the 4-note progression. Now it's got a bit of bounce to it. We can also make it pan around left and right. We can go to controls and just, here you see where it says ran and pan. It's going to pan it randomly if we turn it up, go all the way to 100%. And here it's moving around a lot. Let's go down to like 30%. Now we have some movement. Okay, the other thing that we can use to help program our drums is we can use top loops or drum loops. This is a very common thing. Everybody's using them. These are like pre-made loops that you can just drag in and kind of help add some groove to your project. So here you'll see in the sample pack we have perk loops and we have top loops. Let's go for top loops. And so we can drag this one onto an audio channel here. If you don't have an audio channel, you can either make a new audio channel. Another way to get a very quick new audio channel or MIDI channel is to just drop a device or audio file here. Drop files and devices here. So you'll see if I do that, it makes a new one for us. I'm going to hit Control Z. So now if I play this, it's too loud, but let's just bring it down a bit. So without it, with. So we're getting a lot more groove and some interesting percussion in there with this loop. And honestly, do not feel bad about using loops. I know that when you start out, you think, oh, I need to make everything, every single sound needs to be programmed by me. And there can be some satisfaction comes from that. But dance music, especially house music, is very, very deeply rooted in sampling. You know, or most of the great house hits were written with samples that people sampled from
other people's records and used from sample packs. It doesn't matter where the sound comes from. What matters is how you put it all together and the final result. As long as that final result is a good song, it's come from you, it never existed before you, that's all that matters. Okay, so we've got that top loop in. Now what you'll hear is that top loop has a clap in it. I think we should add a clap ourselves just so you can get an understanding for the house beat, the typical house beat. So we've got a kick drum, we've got the closed hat on the Fos 16th, and we've got the open hat. But now we want that clap. And the clap needs to land on the 2 and the 4. So if we look at the beats, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We want the clap to land on the 2 and on the 4. So if I just draw a MIDI clip here, the clap would be landing here, and, whoopsie, gone down there, and here. We want the clap to land there and there. Let's drag that out. And now we're going to go down to claps, and we find a clap. That one sounds nice. And that clap's got a little bit of noise at the beginning, and so I'm just going to move this playhead so the clap starts right on the transient here, on the big peak. And then let's play it. It sounds nice. Maybe turn it down a bit. We can try different claps to see if we like something else. Just keep dragging them in there. Quite like that one. That one fits nicely. So does that one. Let's go back to this one. It's got a nice bit of crunch. And because we have another clap inside this loop, they're going to layer together and make like a nice full sound. Maybe we should make this track go a little bit quicker. What do you think? I think at the moment we're at 120 BPM. I know I didn't speak about this at the beginning of the track, but it should have by default been at 120, so it wasn't really important. But now let's change the tempo. So up here where it says 120, let's move it up a bit faster. Let's make it like 124. Yeah, that's a bit quicker, it's a bit more groovy. And we don't need this kick anymore, we can delete it. So now, a quick way to expand all of these or collapse them, you can use these up and down arrows, or you can hold down Alt and click the up and down arrow, then it'll open all of them or close all of them. Okay. Okay, there's some more drum sounds that we can use. I mean, this covers the typical stuff, but you might want to start your loop with a crash, for example. So if we're going to cymbals, we can choose a crash here. You know, this is your typical like 909 clap crash, I think, which is a very common sound. You know, just for a bit of energy on that downbeat. Maybe we don't put it over there, but maybe we put it here and here. And it might be nice to have a little drum fill at the end of this section. Just something to tell the listener that, you know, this is the end of the loop, and then it starts over again with the crash. Adds a bit of dynamics to the sound.
maybe we can take one of these perk loops and make yeah, let's use this one. So I'm going to drag it there to the end, and I only want the last piece of it. So I'm just going to put that over there, and let's listen to how that sounds. Okay, I think I just want the ending piece over here. Maybe we can have a different drum fill over there. Let's try something else. Maybe this one, we can put it over there. See how that sounds. Okay, so whenever I'm working with two different samples, I like to put them on different channels. I'm just going to drag this down here. That way I can control the volume of this one independently from this one. Turn that one down a bit. I think I'm going to only use the ending here. Okay, so looking at this, we have now a pretty complete loop. Now I think the next step here is to just name everything so that we know what's what when it's all closed. So first up we got our kick, and we have our, I'm going to call this OB hat, which is our offbeat hat. And then we've got 16th hat, which is our closed hat basically. And then over here we have a clap, we have a top loop, we have a crash, we have fill 1, fill 2. And I also like to color code stuff a bit more intentionally here. So I'm going to have my bass be the color orange, and I'm going to have my kick also, let's keep it orange because they're kind of like your low end elements. And all of my drums, I'm going to have them in green, and my chords and pads and melodies, let's do them in like a pinkish color. And we can select all of these, just go assign track color to clips. And now it's a bit easier to look at this project and easily see where all our drums are and our bass and our kick and stuff. Okay. All right, time for another short break, and then we're going to arrange this into a full track. Okay, it's time to arrange our track. So the way I like to approach arrangement is basically we're going to be taking our loop idea here and just expanding on it. So one of the more common ways to approach it is to take your idea and kind of duplicate it over the length of a track. So for example, we could take this, duplicate it. How long is this now? You can check the length of something by highlighting it and then looking down here as I hover my mouse over there. It says their duration 1 minute. So 1 minute's way too short for a song. If we're going to be making this kind of like a radio-friendly track, I would say 3.5 minutes is probably good. Let's duplicate this 1 minute thing 3 times, or 2 more times. Oops. You take all of it and duplicate it across. That should be 3 minutes. And then maybe we have a little bit of an outro. So let's do 1 more duplication for an outro and 1 more for an intro, which I'm just going to copy all of that over there. So now we've got basically 4 minutes of a track. We could probably cut down the outro by 30 seconds. That'll give us, how long is this? 3 minutes and 52. Maybe we can cut down the intro also. And that gives us a, how long is that? A 3.5 minute track. So let's see if we can make this idea stretch across 3.5 minutes. Now, obviously, we can't just leave it like that because that's going to be incredibly boring. No reason to listen to the same loop for 3.5 minutes. So what we want to do is we kind of want to choose a section that is our fullest section and mark that as our climax. I think over here we can add a locator. Let's call this our climax. And this is going to be where everything comes together. And so before that, we want to kind of start working like a sculptor and reducing certain elements. So let's also map this out a bit more. So this is our climax, and I think I want our climax to be 1 minute long or 32 bars. So here I'm going to add a locator and say outro. These locators, I use them for labeling. If you haven't seen how I did that, I just right click over here, add locator. But they can also be used to trigger, to start playing from a certain area. So if I hit play here and then click here, then it jumps to there. So I would think over here we have our intro. And then let's call this our drop. I know it's not really like a EDM big drop. It's kind of chilled out, but I'm just calling it a drop. And then we have, it's maybe a breakdown. And this breakdown is going to be 1 minute. Let's actually maybe have a bit of a shorter breakdown. We could make our climax a bit longer. Maybe we can make our climax this long. And then we have a 1 minute drop, a 46-second breakdown, and then a bit of a longer climax, 1 minute, 17-second climax. I think that's a pretty standard arrangement, very basic arrangement, but this is our first basic song, and I kind of just want to communicate the idea of how to arrange across here. All right, so if we're looking at this like a sculptor and we're reducing elements, we could, for example, take out the drums in the breakdown and maybe take out the drums in the intro. And maybe we remove the bass from here, this section. Let's call this the buildup. Build. And then in the beginning, maybe we only start with the chords, so we don't have pad or the melody. We also don't have the bass. We also don't have the kick in the intro. Intro is just the chords. And then we drop into the chords and maybe we remove the pad and it's just the bass and the chords. And then we bring in the pad over here. And then in the breakdown, we remove the chords. And we just have the pad and the melody. And then in the climax, we have everything together. And in the outro, maybe we remove the kick and the bass, and we just have the chords, the pad, and the melody. All right, so that's just me visually arranging it. And that's just to show how you can use what you've got and stretch it across a full length. But obviously, if we listen to this, it's still going to be really unfinished. So now what I want to do is take this very high-level arrangement and go in and make it all detailed and add effects and basically just listen to it and make it flow nicely. So let's see what we've got so far. Okay, so quite a lot happens there. when we go into from here, there's not a whole lot happening. We're just hearing the chord progression twice. But then we drop in and we're hearing the chords, we're hearing the bass, the kick, all the drums come in together. So what if we take out a lot of the drums in this section? I'm just going to delete that, and we only have the kick and the bass, and then it drops into this. And then maybe we bring in just the offbeat hi-hat over here. And then maybe we can take out the kick drum from here. Okay, musically, I don't think it's very interesting up until we get to this point. So maybe it'd be better to bring in the pads a little earlier, but we can kind of tease them in. So what if we only bring in just like the first note over here? We can repeat it. Repeat it here again. Maybe that second note also. Have a break. Okay, it's starting to get a little more interesting. I think something we can do to make this flow a bit nicer is start using some effects. So here we can go to our FX Mega Pack, and we can use something called a sweep, which is just white noise going like that. Let's take that one, and we're going to drop it here. So here's a new concept for you, and that is called warping. So you'll see we have this sweep, and it kind of ends over here before the drop happens. And what I want is for it to go all the way up until here. So how do we make the sample that full length? Well, you can see in the file name, over here it says 122, and that stands for 122 BPM. Our track is in 124 BPM. And over here we also have another BPM marker. So this BPM marker is what Ableton thinks the sample is originally at. But Ableton has got it wrong here. It says 97, but we know that it's actually 122. So what we need to put in here is 122. You always put what the sample is in over here. Don't put that number over here. Over here, this is the speed that the sample is, the original sample. So it's at 122. So here, just make sure that this warp is on. And now it says 124, but now we just need to bring it down to 122. And now you can see it goes up to exactly where I want it to, and then kind of fades out. And now it's going to be too loud. And it also starts right from the beginning. So we can shorten it. And we can also add in a fade so that it fades in more. You add in a fade, you click on this button, make sure it's off, and then you can click on these corner squares and just fade it in. And I'm going to start playing it from here just so I can hear the volume of the noise. Way too loud. Let's turn it down and bring it in so that we can just hear it. Okay, so that's one effect. And what else can we add here? Maybe, let's see, maybe we can add some, a drone, kind of a drone sound. This is what the drones are. They're just kind of like atmospheric beds of music, of sound. And they're labeled. You can see here, this says AM, which stands for A minor, and we know we're in A minor. So we know that these sounds will fit our track. What about this one? So maybe we can have that fade in, and I think it'll sound nice with our track. We fade it into here, and then we'll stop it. See how that sounds. We've got to first set the volume of it though. Way too loud. Okay, that sounds about right. And I also don't want it to cut off like so suddenly, so I might add a reverb to it. Let's add a reverb. Yeah, I've added reverb to my favorites. You can do it like this. You just right click here and go. Oh, don't know why right click's not working. Should be able to right click it and then go set as favorites, and then it goes into your favorites. Don't know why it's not working now, maybe a bug or something. So yeah, let's put the dry wet up to 50% and then have a really long decay, so it's a huge reverb, like 30 seconds or something. Okay, so let's hear how this intro feels now. Now we can use this again. I'll turn it down a bit more. Okay, it still feels somewhat empty through here. So I think what I'm going to try is see how this top loop sounds if I bring it in from the beginning. And what we can do is we can maybe use something like automation. I haven't explained what automation is yet, so I think now is a good introduction to it. So what if we take something like our auto filter, and this filter is basically like our EQ, just on the low pass filter mode here. And I'll show you what it sounds like. If I bring up this frequency, you can hear how it filters out the sound. And I'm thinking what we could do is have that open over time, just like this. So I think that works nicely. So let me show you how to automate that so we don't have to manually do that. We can click on this automation button to arm the automations. And now, as I move this up and down, you can see that red line, dotted line appears. If that red line doesn't appear and this button is on, there's one more thing that it could be, and that is that you have selected Show Automated Parameters Only. And so if you select that, then certain things, as you touch them and move them, some of them might not show up. So make sure you have that selected as Show All Parameters. Now, every time you touch something, it gives you a new line, new automation lane for it. So here I want this to start pretty filtered, and then we're going to open it up. We're just drawing a line here. We can have another bit of noise that comes in through here, like instead of our sweep that goes up, you see sweep ups. Let's choose a sweep down. Something like that. And we'll turn that all the way down. Maybe we can use this again here. Okay, another thing I'm thinking we can use to fill this out is maybe a different drone. Let's try adding another drone that kind of sits underneath this section of the track. Let's grab one of these and see how this one sounds. Let's try pitching it up. We can click over here and just hold shift and push the up arrow. That goes up 12 semitones. Try some different ones. That one might work if we filter it down. Let's search for an auto filter again. Now I'm going to, you need to go to audio effects, auto filter. Oh, I've just put it onto track 15 here, and I meant to put it onto that one. Let's just take that, cut it, and then paste it here. And now I'm going to take this and filter it down. Let's turn this down a bit. See how that adds a bit of, fills out the background of the track a bit more. That's sounding better. Another thing I want to add to this track, and I often, this is what starts happening in the arrangement phase, is I hear things that need to be added. I think maybe we could add another drum sound to this that sits low down in the track, like a tom-tom. So I'm going to add a new MIDI channel below my kick. Double click here, and now I'm just going to go down to the BTD drum pack, and let's find a one-shot tom sound. Let's use this one, CO3. And now, because this sample is in C, we don't even need to tune it. We know that when I play the note C, the note that the sample is going to play is C. It's going to be in the key of C. Let me go up an octave so you can hear that more. So that's a C, and we're in A minor, so what if we try an A? So that fits nicely. Any of these white notes should fit, but the ones that I would probably be using here is A, C, or E. And we could maybe go down an octave and maybe make a sort of like a bit of a groove here. Something like this, maybe. And just loop it. I can try going down, like maybe to the E. No, I think here's nice. It's just too loud. Let's turn it down. And I sometimes like to add like an extra note here, like maybe a C and maybe an E. Or maybe just sticking to the A's. Let's take these higher notes and turn them down on the velocity wise. So if you remember, you can select these and then hold down Alt and click and drag down, and you'll see the velocity come down. So that those higher notes are a bit quieter. Now we have that nice tom there to add the groove. Let's see how this feels now. Turn this down a bit. I think I'm going to delete that sweep. And with this crash, I want it to last a bit longer. So I'm going to put a big long reverb on it. So it's going to be like really splashy. Let's go add a big decay. Bring down the dry weight a bit. There we go. Now we can take this and paste it here. And then as we go into our breakdown, okay, so what I want to do here is, in our breakdown, I think I want to hear the melody kind of fade in more and maybe take away the kick drum. Let's delete the kick drum and let's fade the melody in with automation, just like we did. What did we fade in? Oh, the top loop. So we can grab an auto filter. I'm going to go to my favorites. I'm going to choose my auto filter. And let's bring that all the way down. So I don't think I want that to happen straight away. I'm going to give it a little bit of a gap. And then I'm also going to give the bass a little bit of a gap. And what I want to do here with this pad is change it so that it's only playing one note over here. I'm going to delete that and then just drag out one note. And that's going to give us a bit of tension. One way to create tension is to hold out a note without any changes, because then it creates this anticipation, like when is that change coming? And then we can also maybe put a filter on this one and have it so that this note over here in the breakdown becomes quite filtered. Let's have it so it like filters down pretty low. And then it opens up. And then as we get to the climax, it fully opens. So you might have just seen this curve, this bend and curve like this, instead of being a straight line. How you do that is you just hold down Alt on your keyboard, and then that little curved line should appear on your cursor, and then you can bend it up and down by just sliding up and down. I've done a little bit of a bend there. And we want to also control this so that it opens up a bit more. Maybe we can use our drone over here in the breakdown, give it a bit more space. See how it sounds to maybe pitch it up an octave. And I'm going to remove the kick from there. And I think over here we can, for our build, we can have this melody kind of just repeat that first note and build some more tension again, like this. I'm going to bring down that loop brace so that it's just down to that long. We have this drone. And what else can we do? We can also create a bit of a tension through this build-up by taking our bass notes. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut out a section of this. And you can do that by highlighting it and hitting Control E. And now that this is cut out, it's separate from these. I can copy it, Control C, or just click and hold Control and drag. And I want to delete these notes, drag this all the way across. I don't want it to loop, so I'm just going to turn off the loop. And I'm going to drag it across again and drag that one all the way across. And then maybe we can keep this repeating through here for a while to just hold on to that like hypnotic tension for a bit. Might be nice to layer this with a new sound over here, so it's like something we haven't heard before. What I'm going to do is just duplicate this. Click over here, hit Control D, and I'm going to delete all of this. And now we are just going to have this be a layer. Let's find a different sound. I want something similar to this sound. So we can actually use a feature in Ableton Live 12. I think it's called the similarity search, something, where we find this sound, the E-piano basic, and we want to find something similar to it and use it on this MIDI. So if we just search here, E-piano basic. we then click this button here, it'll find similar sounds. Oh, hang on. I think maybe we have to do it like this. Instruments, go to piano keys, E piano, and it's under electric. E piano basic. There we go. I wonder how that would sound. Let's see. I'm just putting it on this channel. Let's try a few ones. I like that, I might turn it down a bit. You can also try maybe changing the delay on this to be a different speed. And we can change this melody to be a bit more interesting. So what I'm going to do here is, if I want to make changes, like if I just move this B up, you'll see all of the notes in the loop will be changing. So all of the Bs are now becoming Cs. We don't want that, so I want to make this, I want to consolidate it into one clip. So if I click there and hit Control J, or you can right click Consolidate over here. Now I can move the individual Bs. So I moved that up to the D. Let's copy that to the one above it. Let's see how that sounds. Let's move this one maybe up to the E. And then up to the G. Let's just copy these down again. Now these two clips are exactly the same. See how that sounds. We mustn't forget our drums here, the tom-toms. And our drone sound. Okay, so I also want to add some effects here, like maybe we can just copy these and use them. I'm going to highlight all of them, hold down Control, and just copy them all across here. This is kind of lazy producing. Usually I would find different sounds, but here we're just kind of working with a very basic loop, so I think it's fine for now. I'm going to move that one over there and that one over there. Let's see. Yeah, that sounds cool. Maybe we can keep this a bit more filtered here. Then open it up. And I think this track really needs some more effects, like little things that just pop in and out. I like to call them ear candy. Here I've got this FX Mega Pack. And we've got a bunch of effects called atonal one-shots. It's just kind of little hits and stuff that you can throw in here and it'll sound really nice, especially if you put like some reverb on them. Like that, we can probably use, let's see, I can drag that and put it like over there. See how that sounds. Maybe here. Maybe another one. Something over there. We can put it over there. Maybe put some reverb on this one. I'm going to steal reverb from another channel. Steal it from our crash. Control C. And paste it there. I think this sound is getting a bit harsh, so I want to just remove some frequencies from it. These ringing frequencies, I'm going to just reduce that a bit. Find some more effects. Some of these things sound weird and you wouldn't think that they'll work in the track, and maybe they won't, but it's always worth a try because it can improve the track drastically. Let's see how this sounds. Maybe I'll put it here. Maybe with a bit of reverb. Sometimes reversing stuff can sound cool. So if we take this and hold down Shift and R, then it goes backwards. I'm going to just keep on adding a few more effects here. Let's add this one. Maybe, yeah. Always turning the volume down and just feeling at what volume it fits nicely. Maybe we can get that one, get this one in again somewhere. Just duplicate that. And this one. And I'm going to copy this one across too. And let's move that here. Okay, I think on the outro, I want this melody to just loop only this section where it's just A and G, A and G. I don't want it to go up to the B. So if we just drag that loop down to there, then it'll outro like this. And we can filter it down. You can also filter out this. And I'm thinking these drums would also be nice to like filter them down. So one thing we can do, instead of on track by track adding an auto filter and doing them all one by one, we can put these all into a group and then do them all together. So if you select, hold down Shift and click on the first one and the last one, I'm just going to go and hit Control G. That's going to group them. And we call this our hats. And now we can take an auto filter. I'm just going to steal one from this track. It's much quicker than doing it from the beginning. And I'm going to click and paste it here. But now, if you have a look at the automation, if I just click on that, you can see, oh, you might find sometimes you click it and then the line goes gray. And you don't know how to fix that. Just click on this button again. That'll repair your automation. Okay, so you can see this now, this automation is filtering out the whole, like all of the hi-hats throughout the track here, all the way down to 400 Hertz. We don't want that. We want to open it up. And over here, we also want to open it up. We only want the filtering to happen here. And then you can resolve the chord by going back to the first one over here and ending it there. Let's see. Yeah, sounds nice. Maybe hold out that last chord a bit longer. Here I've just hit Control J and now I can drag this out and just drag this one across. Last thing I think maybe we could add to this is a little bit of a human touch, maybe some vocal sounds. So in this mega pack here, we've got vocal affixes and phrases. You can see they're all labeled, key labeled. So let's have a look at some of maybe the phrases. Go to the wet phrases. That means they've already got like reverb and delay and stuff on them. And let's have a look at the A minor section. That's nice. Okay, so let's try out some of these. I think maybe this one, I'm going to drag it down here. And so we start hearing the melody over here. See the melody comes in. Maybe after hearing the melody once, we bring in a vocal to go with it. Now remember, this is in 120 BPM. So we need to tell Ableton that it's at 120 BPM. Type in 120 there. And let's turn it down because it's going to be a bit loud. See how that sounds. That's nice. I can kind of hear this one coming in afterwards. Maybe over there. It's also at 120. Just tell Ableton 120. See how this one sounds. Maybe we can put that one over there. I wonder if it would sound cool to take these and put them in a group together. I'm going to put all of them in a group. Control G. Now they're grouped up. And then I'm going to put a delay on the group so that all of them delay together and it becomes like one big sound. And that'll be nice for the build-up over here. Let's try that. We go to all here, go to audio effects and choose our delay. And let's make it 4 here. So take an 1/8 note delay or a 1/2 note delay. And I'm going to bring up the feedback pretty high, like 90. The dry wet, I'll bring it down a little bit, like 40%. Do a bit of filtering, maybe some ping pong. And then what I want to do, let's bring this feedback up really high, is I want to automate this in so that it only starts coming. Maybe we can automate it into like 50%. You can click and make a node here, and then right click that node, say edit value and type 50, and then it puts it at 50%. Then we're going to click and drag this one down. The delay is only going to start fading in over here. Let's see how that sounds. We can copy this again and use it again. How about we copy this whole thing, including all the automation. So you have to make sure that you click on this gray little square up here, not this one. Click and drag everything. And I'm going to paste it. I'm just going to duplicate from here. And make sure that this automation flows nicely. So I'm just going to click and put a marker there. Delete that one and delete that one. And then bend this line up. Like that. Let's see. Hang on. Start it again. Listen to this breakdown. Actually, let's listen from here. That was cool, except there was two things I want to change. One is I want to have more of some effects going into this section, across that transition. And then I want to fade the vocal in using the auto filter. So let's do that. Auto filter again. And let's have this kind of fade in from about, I don't know, 800 hertz or something. Okay, so that works nicely. And then this little transition over here, it could be cool to have maybe some delay on the hi-hats. And we'll automate that in. So let's put on a delay. And here I'm going to automate it up to 50%, down from 0%. And then we're just going to bring that back down to 0 because we don't want the delay on those hi-hats. And then I'm going to bring down the filter a little bit, take out some of the high end, maybe some ping pong, and bring up the feedback a bit. Let's see how that sounds. Yeah, I think that was too much. So I'm just going to bring down that to like 36, and I'm going to bend this so that it only grows up at the end. I also want to maybe use this sweep over here. And let's use this sweep as well over there. Maybe we can hear more of this. Okay, I think we're almost done. The last thing I want to do is, whenever I'm listening to a track, I don't like to hear that the drums stay the same throughout the track. So if I play the track here and play it here, I don't want to hear the exact same drums. So I think we can add something different here. One of the things we can do differently is simply make this hi-hat a bit more open, a bit longer. So if you have a look at my settings here, the sustain's all the way down and the decay's at 245. All we need to do is just increase the decay a bit, and that'll make the hi-hat a bit longer. So I'm going to click here, and then drag this up. Make it a bit longer. Okay, then you compare this section to this one, and you're just listening to this hi-hat. It gets a bit longer, and so that's one change. Another change that we could add is maybe adding like a shaker or something over there. So let's go into our drum pack again. Here I'm going to look for shakers. Maybe we'll just use like this shaker. I'm going to make a new channel below the hats. Actually, maybe I'm going to hit Control Z here and put it inside the hat. So let's make a new channel inside here. And then drag that onto there. Drag it all the way across to the outro. And, well, maybe we can start that over there. Let's see how it sounds. I'm going to turn it up, turn it all the way down, and then bring it in slowly. And now we'll hear the difference between this section and this section. Maybe we can take out the kick drum here for a little bit. Okay, so I think arrangement-wise, this is pretty good for our first track ever. And the last thing I want to do is just do a tiny bit of mastering. All we're going to be doing is just pushing the volume of the track up just a little bit. And that's just so that when we render the track out and show it to our friends, that it doesn't sound like way quieter than all the other tracks out there in the world. And so what we're going to be doing is working on the main or the master channel. I don't know why they're calling it main now. I want to rename it to master. But what we're going to use is just put a limiter on there. So search all and then just go for limiter here. And all we're going to do is just turn up that limiter until we see a little yellow block start appearing there. And that means we've turned up the track as loud as it can be. And now the limiter is just stopping it from distorting, basically. So just play it in the busiest part of the track, which is probably around here. Just keep turning it up. Okay. And now you can see that little yellow block starts appearing here. That's the gain reduction. That's how much the volume is trying to go over the maximum level of the limiter, which is minus 0.3 dB. And then the limiter stops it by pushing down the volume. And so you can see that happening here. Okay, so I think that's it for our first track. That was an introduction to Ableton Live 12 for complete beginners. Just a quick recap of everything that we did. We learned how to use MIDI channels and add instruments to it. We learned basic music theory, how to write chords and melodies. We used a piano, a pad, 2 different electric piano presets. We used a bass sound. We learned how to use drum samples inside of the simpler and also manipulate the drum samples inside of the simpler. We added some toms. We did hi-hats and shakers. And then we did a bunch of effects working with audio and adding some fades and also reversing samples. We also learned how to add stuff to groups, and we did a bit of automation. And finally, we covered some limiting. So hopefully everything was clear over there. If you missed anything, you can go back and re-watch it. You can also join the Discord, and the Discord I think is in the description. And you can message people over there. Everybody's really helpful, and you should be able to get some help if you get stuck. But anyway, I think it's time to listen to our creation and see how it sounds. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay, guys, that was it for our first song. Hope you enjoyed that. And we're going to be taking a break now. And we'll see you for the next song shortly. Okay, welcome to your second track. In this track, we're going to do a bit of an introduction into basic sound design. We're going to be writing a sort of melodic techno-y kind of track with a rolling bass line, slightly darker vibe, and I'm going to be explaining less about the you know, the basics like we went over the last time, the creating new MIDI channels, making new MIDI clips and stuff like that. So if you are not familiar with that, I recommend just going over the first track again and familiarizing yourself with all those shortcuts and stuff, as I'm not going to be repeating myself each time I do them. Okay, so let's get started. So whenever I'm writing kind of dark, like atmospheric, melodic techno-y kind of track, I always like to start by making a drone sound, something that just kind of runs through the track and sets the vibe, and it also gives the listener a cue as to what the key of the track is. So I think with this track, let's write in maybe F minor, and let's turn the tempo up a bit. Let's go a little bit faster on this one, maybe like 125. All right, and then we're just going to go through this FX Mega Pack here, and we're going to find a nice kind of bed for us to write to. So you'll see here in the drones, we can scroll down, there's some F minor drones. I think the first one's a great one because it doesn't have a lot of high end. It's kind of gives me a bit more of a darker vibe. So that's going to be like the bed of our, let's call it our harmonic bed. All right, now I want to start adding some kick and bass, because kick and bass is really important in this style. We're going to be having this like rolling kind of bass line, and it's really important how the kick and the bass feel. So let's find a kick drum that has a nice bit of punch in it. I think that one feels pretty good. Let's use that one. And I'm just double clicking here to create a new MIDI channel. And here we're going to create a note at C3. If you remember, whenever we're using a sampler or a simpler, we need to place our notes at C3. Duplicate that, and then make sure loop race is turned on. And we can just drag it all the way across. Another thing to note, whenever you're using this simpler, well, we can see that the sample's being played in full, but sometimes you have a long kick drum sample, and it'll cut it a bit short based on the decay and sustain and release parameters. So like also it depends on the length of your note. So if I have a really short note, it's now not playing the sample in full. It cuts it short over there. So you just need to bring up the release if you want that to be played in full. Let's just do that. So just remember that whenever I'm putting a kick drum in here, if I want the full kick to play, release all the way up. Well, not all the way up. At least I would say like maybe 1 second long. Okay, and now we need to add in a bass line. And so here's where we're going to do a little bit of an introduction into sound design. We're going to make our own bass sound. And I think this is the perfect sound to make as your first sound. So let's use a synth that probably everybody's going to have access to, which is wavetable. So just open up wavetable here, just search wavetable, go to all, double click on it, and then we've got it here on our first MIDI channel. And now we're going to just make a rolling bass. We want to have, let's choose our note as F1 here. and make sure that this is set to 16th, so you are adding 16th notes, and then we're just going to add 4 16th notes, and then another 4, so 8, and then just drag this all the way across, and now you should hear this. Okay, so it's just a plain sine wave, it's not very interesting. So what we want to do here is we want to change the waveform. So over here is our different waveforms, and they each will have different sounds to them. So the most basic one we have here is the sine wave, and that just sounds like a clean tone. If I play a note on my keyboard, you'll hear it. And it's actually good to visualize this with an EQ here. So sine wave sounds like this. It's just one harmonic, you can see it here. Let's just familiarize ourselves with the different waveforms. So there's 4 basic shapes here. So we can slide this up and go to the next one. Next one is called triangle. And you can hear that has a bit more of like a bit more high end to it. And those are called harmonics. And here you can see those little harmonics. They get quieter as it moves up. And then we're going to just sweep this up to the saw. You can see that has a lot more harmonics. It's a very full waveform. And then we go up to the square wave. And that sounds kind of like the triangle wave, but it's kind of, the harmonics are just a lot louder. And you can see the difference between the saw wave and the triangle wave. If I just hold down the note and I sweep between them, you'll see that the saw wave just has, I think, pretty much exactly double the amount of harmonics in it. So it basically fills in all the gaps. Alright, so now you know what the different waveforms sound like. The waveform we're going to use today is going to be a saw wave. And if we play it, it sounds like this. But we want it to be a bit deeper down, I think. So we can use this transpose here, the semi, to move it down and up notes. And I just want to go down an octave. So if you remember, an octave is 12 semitones. And the quick way to move down 12 semitones in Ableton is to hold down Shift and hit the down arrow. So I'm clicking on this, holding down Shift and then down arrow. And I think what I want actually is a combination of low notes and 1 octave up. So let's take these 2 and these 2. I'm just holding down Shift and selecting both of them. Then I'm going to hold down Shift and hit up. And now I've got 2 low, 2 high. Okay, so the next thing we're going to use is the filter. I think in the last lesson or the last track, we used the EQ like a filter where we just took out some of the high end like this. Well, we're not going to use the EQ this time. We're going to use the filter that's built in here. And we can bring that filter all the way down to let's bring it down to like 98 hertz here. Okay, so what we want is basically for this to move really quickly up and down each time the note plays. And what we can use for that is something called a modulation. So this is where it might get a little bit complicated, but just follow along with what I do, and the more we do it, the more it'll make sense to you. So I've introduced you to the waveforms, and now you've got a filter. The next thing I'm going to introduce you to is the envelope. An envelope is basically just a line, a shape that dictates the volume of a sound over time. So it's broken up into 4 stages. The attack stage is basically telling us how long it takes for the sound to reach its maximum volume. I'm just going to open up this filter while I explain this. So if I play, I'm just going to hold down a note on my keyboard. If I lengthen the attack to, let's say, 1 second, it's going to take 1 second for the sound to reach its maximum volume. So you can hear how it kind of like swelled up. All right, the next stage we have is the decay stage. And this is the stage basically between this point and this point. Here you can see the D. And that's how long it takes for the sound to go from its maximum volume down to this volume. And this volume is dictated by the sustain level here. So if we hit the sustain all the way to 0, all the decay is telling us is how long it takes for the sound to go from here down to silent. So if I make a really fast decay, you can hear it shuts off really quickly as soon as it takes 111 milliseconds from the maximum volume down to the minimum volume. And if I increase the decay to 5 seconds, it's going to take 5 seconds to go to silence after it reaches its maximum volume. Okay, so now we know what the A, the D, and the S is. The sustain is just the volume that it reaches while you're holding down the key. So as long as I've got my finger on the key, it's going to stay at -12 or -13 dB once it reaches that. First has to go up to its maximum, then it decays down to -13. And then once I release the key, the next stage comes into play, which is the release stage. And that's set to 600 milliseconds. So I'm going to release it. And it took 600 milliseconds to go to silence. I'm going to shorten this attack quick, make it instant. And now I'm going to increase the release to like 5 seconds. And you'll see what happens when I let go of the key, I'll tell you, and you'll hear it'll take 5 seconds for it to go silent. Okay, I'm holding down the key, I'm holding it, and release. Okay, so this is a very handy tool, this envelope. It allows us to shape our sound. And so the kind of shape that we want for our sound this time is a really fast, plucky sound. So we want it to be loud almost instantly. And then we want it to decay really quickly. Let's say probably about like 400 milliseconds. And we want it to decay pretty low down, like almost to silence. Let's take it to -32 dB. And then we want a short release, but we do want some release. Let's call it 192 milliseconds. Let's hear the sound. And you can click and drag these squares if you want, but I recommend familiarizing yourself with these parameters. So let me start with it all the way up, and then as I shape it, you'll hear the sound change and get more plucky. So bring down the sustain, bring down the decay slowly. Bring it up again. Let's bring up the sustain again. So about there. Can play with the release. I think about there, it sounds nice. Alright, so now we know how an envelope works. What we can do with this envelope is we can use it to control different parameters. So this is, at the end of the day, it's just a shape. And we can use the shape to control the frequency, for example. At the moment, all it's controlling is the amp. Here it says amp. It's controlling the volume of the sound over time. But we can use a second envelope. Here we have envelope 2. And we can map it to the frequency. And to do that, we go into the matrix here. And we're just going to click on frequency, and you'll see it appears here. Make sure you click on that, and the filter 1 frequency will appear here. And we use this matrix to map the envelope 2 to frequency 1. So it's pretty intuitive, I think. Here you just go to envelope 2 and you go down to filter frequency 1. And here we're just going to click and drag that up. And what that's going to tell us is
use envelope 2 to move the frequency up. I think that's a percentage, 41% from its original value. So if I bring this down to, I think we wanted at 98 Hertz, and then play it, you can see it's jumping up and down now based on the shape of this envelope. So if I shorten it, it's filtering really quickly up and down. And I can increase the length, bring up the decay. Also bring up the sustain. Also play with the release. Alright, so the other thing that we can just adjust is this amount here. Do we want it really dark or do we want it a bit brighter? We can bring it up a bit. So I think it sounds nice about there. So let's leave it at 42. We can also change the shape, the steepness of this curve by clicking here. See how it gets steeper? And just listen to what that changes. Brighter, darker. I quite like how it sounds there. Let's see how it sounds with our bass line, with our kick. Sounds good. Okay, so I think what I want to do with this sound is I want to boost the low end of it a little bit more. Here I'm going to just take this EQ. Let's take the first one here. Click on number 1. And we're just going to boost it like, let's call it 3 dB. I'm going to bring the frequency up to, say, 100 Hertz. Maybe we go up a bit more. 4. See how it sounds if we push it more and more. I think there it sounds nice. Okay, so another thing I want to do with this sound is whenever I'm working with bass sounds, I want to make the sound monophonic. So what's the difference between polyphonic? Here it says poly. If I click on it, it says mono. There's a little bit of confusion that can happen on this topic between poly and mono. Sometimes when people think of mono, they're thinking of mono versus stereo, where you'll have a sound system where it doesn't have a left and a right speaker. It's just a mono sound system. There's no difference between the left and the right. The sound is very centered. The other version of mono that we get in electronic music is the synthesizer version, monophonic versus polyphonic. And all that means is when it's monophonic, you can only play one note at a time. It's polyphonic, you can play 2 or more. So if I play basically, let me show you here. If I take these notes and play like 2 like this, let me place it higher up so you can hear it a bit clearer. So you can hear both of those notes together, right? You can hear them playing together, but if I switch it to mono, we're only hearing that top note. When it's poly, you can hear 2 notes playing on top of each other. Mono, it's only playing us the top one. So I want the sound to be monophonic when it's a bass line. And the reason for that is sometimes you have the release of a note being a bit long and it overlaps with the next note. And that can make it a little bit muddy. It doesn't sound very nice and clean. So that's the reason I switch it to mono. And the other thing I want to do with the sound is make it a little bit dirty. I want to have a bit of distortion on it. So let's grab a saturator.
I'm just searching satu, and then if you go to audio effects, you'll see saturator here. Maybe we can just use a preset here. We can use this one called a bit warmer. Let's put it here before the EQ. It's made it a lot louder because you can see the drive here has got 6 dB on it, so we just need to take out maybe 6 dB. I'm just going to type -6 here on the output. Another thing I can hear is the sound is clicking a lot. And that might be because the attack is at 0 milliseconds. Anytime you hear a click, it's probably because the sound is changing from one volume to another instantly without any curve to it, without any slope. So if we give that a little bit of a slope, even if it's just a tiny bit, I'm going to click there and just hit the up arrow. Oh, why is that not working? Yeah, just hit the up arrow until it goes to maybe like 4 milliseconds. See that click disappears? There's the click. And then as I push it up, it disappears. And if you want to also hear the distortion more, you can try changing it to like a different wave, different shaper. So like an analog clip maybe, or hard curve. Now you can hear that like proper distortion. I actually quite like how that sounds. Let's bring down the output there. So whenever I'm adding like a saturation or anything, any effect, it's always good to balance the input and output. When you turn the plugin off and on, you don't want to hear it getting louder unless the intention is to make it louder. The reason for that is you can trick yourself into believing that something sounds better just because it's louder, although the quality of the sound might be worse. So just make sure that you're checking that. It's not getting louder, it's just getting more saturated. It's got more harmonics in it. Okay, I think maybe a little bit less drive. Let's just tame that a bit to 3 dB. And now add a bit more output. Okay, the next thing we want to do is sidechain. So you should remember how to sidechain from the last video. But if not, just follow along here. We're going to add a compressor at the end of the channel. We're going to open up that arrow and click on sidechain. Then we're going to take the audio input from the kick drum. Okay, and now you should see the kick popping up in there. That's the sound, that's a signal that when it plays, we want our signal to duck out of the way of it. Okay, so if you remember also in the last time, I like to set up my sidechain to use this EQ to take out a bit of the low end from the sidechain signal so that I can have more control over it. So as I bring that up, you'll watch the point of this change. It gets lower, but also it gets more pointy and a bit sharper. And then we can bring down the threshold to below that point. Okay. And now we can control the length of the sidechain using this release. So I'm just going to bring it up to like 50 there. And now we should have a nice balance between our kick and our bass. Okay, let's EQ out the low end from this drone sound, just to clean it up a bit. Because you can see it's got some sub in it, but we've made our own sub now. So let's just take some of that out. To about there is probably fine. And we can try sidechaining the drone to see how it sounds. I think it's too much sidechain, so it's kind of like giving it this real like pumping sound that I don't really like. And so we can just bring down the ratio of the sidechain. So it's just doing a little bit of sidechain. Cool. just save that. Okay, all right, so we've got our kick, we've got our bass. Let's just name them. This one's going to be named kick. This one, I'm just hitting Control R to rename. This one is bass. Let's call this one drone. And what is the next thing that we're going to need for this? I think we should add like an arpeggio or something like a lead element. Let's make a new channel, and we're going to find a nice sound to work with. All right, let's use wavetable again, because I think I really want to like explore sound design, at least beginner sound design with you guys. So let's use wavetable, and we can really like get used to those envelopes. Okay, so I want to make an arpeggio, and for this I want to use a saw wave and make a plucky shape like we did for the bass. So let's go back up and switch it to a saw again, and then let's just make a new MIDI note. And we're here in F minor. And so you might not know the F minor scale yet, and that's fine. Let's turn on the highlight scale so you can see which notes are safe to use in F minor. And just make sure that this is selected at F minor is selected here and here, and then you can't really go wrong. So let's make some notes here. Let's choose an F, and let's just make our F minor chord, which is, if you remember how to make that chord, it's place a note, skip one, place one, skip one, place one. And then I'm just going to bring down this loop brace all the way to here. Make sure that's turned on, this loop, otherwise you won't be able to drag this around. And then I'm going to drag, just to zoom in here and drag this across. And now you should hear an arpeggio. So that's, I don't think we've been over arpeggios yet, but yeah, basically an arpeggio is just a chord. Normally the chord would be notes on top of each other. We're just going to break those notes up and play them one after another. Sorry, I'm back now, and we are busy making our arpeggio. So it sounds like this at the moment, but I want to make it plucky like with our other sound. Let's just hear it in context first. So yeah, let's make it nice and plucky and short. So let's just bring down this envelope shape. We're going to bring down the sustain and the decay. Now that's a bit cleaner. Let's try a different waveform. Let's go back to the saw. Listen to that one and this one. Okay, let's bring down the filter and see how that sounds. Okay, let's do the modulation with the filter again. So we're going to bring that down, and then we're going to go to envelope 2, make a bit of a plucky shape, something like that, and then go to the matrix here. Make sure that we've clicked on frequency, and then we're going to go to envelope 2 here and just assign it to the frequency. Okay, that sounds like this now.
And I think it sounds cool, but it's going to get old very quickly if it just repeats like that. So what I want to do is add a bit more modulation to it and get it sounding a bit more alive. So we can use these things called LFOs to bring life to it. These LFOs are basically, you can see them here, it's just a shape like this sine wave. Think of it like an envelope that repeats over and over again. It just goes on a loop. This shape just keeps on looping. But here we've got a sine wave shape. And we can use that to move something, let's say up and down, like the frequency. Let's test it out. Let's go to the matrix here and we'll choose LFO 1 and assign it to the frequency. So I'm just going to move it over there. And we just need to turn off re-trigger, otherwise it's going to keep starting over and over again. Turn it off. And now you can see it moving up and down. And we can change the speed of it, the rate of it going up and down. And we can also change the amount. And we can assign the LFO to different things. So maybe we can use a different LFO here and assign it to, let's say, what about if we assigned it to the shape of the amp envelope so that it got longer and shorter, like this. So here we take LFO 2. Sorry, on the matrix, we need to go to LFO 2. And let's click on, just make sure you've gone to first the amp here, and you've clicked on the decay. Just click on it, and then if we go to the matrix, you'll see it says amp decay. We can assign it to envelope 2. And we need to turn off re-trigger. Now you can hear it getting shorter and longer. Let's change the amount here. And slow it down maybe. Okay, let's go to envelope 1 and just bring up the decay a little bit. Okay, so now it's changing a bit. I think the next thing we can do to give some life to it is add some delay. Delay sounds good on these sorts of sounds usually. So let's just bring down the dry wet a bit, bring up the feedback so it bounces around more. Let's turn on ping pong. That's going to make it bounce from left to right, and let's listen to it. Let's try some different numbers here. Let's try 1. Try 2. Let's bring down the filter a bit. Okay, that sounds cool. I wonder if we layered in a second oscillator. So here it says OSC1. Oscillator is just the thing that's generating this waveform. So we can add another one. And now we can layer them together. We can have a square wave with a saw wave, and we can also change the pitch of it. We can put this up. Let's put it up an octave, so 12 semitones, hold shift and hit the up arrow. You can also change the volume of it, so it's only slightly there.
Okay, let's listen to that. Yeah, I think that's sounding pretty cool. How about the next thing we add is going to be like a kind of a hook, a lead sound. Let's make something else here. So I'm going to double click here, and this time we're going to use wavetable again. And we're going to make another sound, but this time I want the sound to not be so plucky. I want it to be a little bit longer. So if I play the sound, let's use another, maybe this time we use a square wave, so we can get used to the sound of a square wave. So when I play the sound, I want it to be sustained like this. So we have a high sustain. We can maybe bring it down a little bit. And I want the frequency to come down a bit, the filter. And I think what I want with this sound is to use the envelope to open up the filter maybe a little bit slower. So let's go to the matrix here. We're going to click on frequency, and then we go to envelope 2. Assign it to the frequency by turning this up. And we can increase the attack and make it a bit longer. Yeah, I like that. Maybe give it a bit of release. And this sound, we're going to increase the attack a bit too. Give it a bit of release. Okay, so we've got a longer sound. Let's actually bring down the frequency a bit and make it steeper by hitting that button. Make it 24 dB filter. And we can maybe take this second envelope, go to the matrix, and just decrease the amount. Okay, and then I'm going to put a big reverb on this. And we're going to make a bit of a melody with it. I'm going to bring down the dry wet and bring up the decay a lot. And that sounds like that now. Pretty fun. So let's go here and let's make a pretty long MIDI note here. You can see this is just looped over and over again. I want to consolidate it. So I'm going to hit Control J. And now it's one long clip. And we can start placing notes here. Like, what if we start on the C? And do something like and just like walk down it or something. Okay, I think maybe here we can do this dun, 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 and then dun, and then we'll just do a simple walk down again. Dun, dun, and dun, maybe like this. See how that sounds. Again.
So that's it's a very soft sound and kind of in the background, but it gives the song some identity. It's the first, I'd say, melody of the song that could get stuck in your head. But it's not at the moment. I don't think it's upfront enough, bold enough for it to be the main hook. But I do like it. So let's stick with that for now. And maybe we can make it more interesting by moving between different shapes. So let's try modulating this so it moves up and down. And so if I click on that and move it up and down, you can actually see it in the matrix here, moving up and down. So let's assign that to an LFO. Bring it here, click on the LFO, turn off retrigger, slow it down a bit. We don't want it to go all the way down. Let's just bring down the amount. So yeah, let's go back to the matrix here. Actually, let's move the original position so it's kind of sitting between them, and then we can just change the amount of movement here. There we go. All right, so what else could we use? I think we need more drum sounds. Let's move all of our drums below all of our synth sounds. So let's call this our pad melody, because it sounds more like a pad. It's kind of soft. Let's add a new MIDI channel here. And what are we gonna have? Let's I think let's add. I think we should add an offbeat hi-hat. Let's see. So we need to add MIDI notes here at C3. And so let's just click over there, and we need to add them between 1 and 1.2. And then we just bring down the loop brace. So now it's just going to loop this over and over again as we play it. So if I play it, you'll be able to see it's looping it. Okay, but we want a nice hi-hat sound to go there. Sorry, dogs just jumped on my lap. Okay. And let's find a hi-hat sound. We'll go here to the Bound to Divide drum pack. And here we go to the open hi-hats. Let's go with this 909 sound. That's a very classic drum sound. I think we used it in the last track too. I'm just going to turn up the gain a little bit here so it's a bit louder. And let's use our envelope here, the attack, decay, and sustain, to make this a bit shorter. So I'm going to bring down the sustain here. It's also a little bit panned right. I'm going to pan it to the center. Turn it up a bit. Okay, what else do we need? I think we need some faster hi-hats, some 16th note hi-hats. So let's draw those in. So those are 16th notes. And then I'm going to shorten that and bring that out.
Okay, so we need some fast hi-hats. Let's just try something. Let's try that one, see how it sounds. Turn it down a bit. We can use our velocities to make it bounce a little more. So here I'm going to bring down the velocity of the first one and the second one a bit. And we can also just try different sounds until one feels like it fits best. Let's see. I quite like that one actually. Could maybe be a little bit shorter, bring down the sustain, and just play with the decay. And now we can do something called random panning. So if we click on controls here and we turn up this ran pan, yeah, it's a percentage. If I turn it to 100%, you'll hear each time a note plays, it plays in a different spot, left to right. Okay, it's a bit too random, so I just want to bring it down to, like, let's say 17%. Nice and clean. Okay. And now I think what we need to add here is maybe a nice snare. Let's just double click here. I've just made a new MIDI channel. And we're going to, I'm just going to hit Control S to save it in case it crashes or something. And now we're going to add our snare. So let's just try out a few different snares and see which one fits the track nicest. So our snare is going to go on the 2 and on the 4, the 1.2 and the 1.4. So notes at C3 and over there. Let's turn that up a bit. Can even turn it up here a bit more. Okay, that sounds cool. Let's try a couple different snares. I'm going to just duplicate this with Control D. And then the first one I'm going to, let's try a different snare here. Let's try the 707 one. See how that sounds. Together, maybe we lay them together. Let's turn down this one, turn it up slowly. No, I prefer it without that snare. So before I delete that, I want to try just a few more other snares and see which one, if any of them sound better. You can see how much it changes the feel of the track when you're using different sounds. Quite like this one. Also, changing the pitch of the snare can help a lot. So like moving it up or down here if we transpose it. I quite like it at this pitch. Let's compare it to this one. I think this one sounds best. So I'm going to delete this snare. And we can also try brightening this up a bit with EQ. So let's grab our EQ. EQ8, and I'm just going to take the high end here and just turn up the gain. And maybe we can add a little bit of reverb to it. Search reverb, and scroll down, use that reverb. Okay, so I just want to turn down the dry wet here, maybe like 10% or something. 17%. Okay, so that sounds pretty good now. What else do we need for this? I think it's still lacking that melody that I want, the main hook. So let's try writing one more melody for this. I'm going to make a new MIDI channel here, and then let's see. What sound can we use? I think let's make one more sound. I think the more sounds that we make in this, the closer you'll be to really understanding how these envelopes work. Okay, so let's use a saw wave again. And now I want a plucky sound. So see if you can pause the video and make a plucky sound and then come back and see how I do it. Okay, so how I'm going to do it is shape that amp envelope. I want a bit of release on it. And then on this frequency, I'm going to assign envelope 2. And I'm going to shape this, make it a bit longer, maybe increase the attack a bit. Kind of soften the attack a little bit. And then I'm going to add a delay to it. Some feedback and bring down the filter on it. And yeah, let's ping pong it. Okay, I'm going to do something else here. I'm going to duplicate this delay and have a different timing on the ping pong. So we're going to have let's do 2 and a 3 and make this one a bit more filtered. Now it's like a galloping kind of rhythm. Let's make it a bit brighter. I think here I want to use 2 different waveforms, and the second one, I'm going to pitch it up 7 semitones. And so if we think about this, what we're doing here when we do 7 semitones, I don't know if you remember this, but the 7 semitones is actually a perfect fifth. So if we started at F, and then we made our F minor chord, which looks like this, that C would be 7 semitones higher. And so now that sounds like this. Let's bring down the feedback a bit, it's a lot of delay. All right, let's see what this inspires. So I'm going to go highlight my scale here, and then I'm just going to start placing some notes. Let's see. Maybe we can walk down from like the C here. Something like let's see how it sounds to repeat this idea. Okay, it's cool, but that could get really boring. So let's, I'm going to take all of these 4 here. I just hit Control E to split that clip. And I'm going to click here and hit Control J, and that's going to consolidate it into one clip. And now we can start changing some notes. So what if we change this note here to that one? Let's see how that sounds. I don't like that. Maybe we can change this note to, let's say, that one. Maybe this one can go up again. And we could have like a joining note on this one. So like a note that happens, say, over there. I'm just going to duplicate this across. And I also like to test like how sounds like this would sound an octave down. So let's highlight all of these with Control A and then hold Shift and hit the down arrow. And don't be afraid to like play with these envelopes and see how it changes the sound. Another thing I would like to introduce you to is unison. Unison is when we take a copy of this entire sound and basically double it and then spread the voices so that they're kind of detuned from each other. You'll recognize it. It sounds almost like ravey. So if I turn this on to, let's say, a classic detune and then bring up the amount, eventually it sounds like almost too like ravey and detuned. You can bring it down and it sounds quite nice. So this versus this. This is becoming a bit more of like a proggy kind of track. But that's fine. What's up? Sorry, my dog is looking for attention. Okay. Let's listen to how that sounds. Let's try these different ones and see how they sound. Just quite like the classic one. I think it sounds really good.
Okay, I think we've got enough sounds there to start building out a whole track. So I'm going to take a little break and then we'll come back and arrange it. Cool. All right, guys. Yeah, we're back now and time to start arranging this track. First thing I want to do is I just want to, I want to start renaming stuff. So we're just going to rename this up. And what is this one? This is our, let's call this our lead. Lead. And then we have, that is our main hat. Let's call that our OB hat for offbeat hat. This is our 16th note hat. And then this is our snare. Okay, so that's everything renamed now. And I think I want to do a little bit of color coding just so it's easier to look at. Again, I'm going to have my kick and my bass kind of together, and I want to make them both orange. And the rest of my drums, we're going to make them like kind of greenish color. Let's do that one. And then all my musical stuff, I'm going to go with pink. Just delete that. And then let's do that. Okay. All right. So, the last time we arranged it, we kind of duplicated everything across, what was it, like 4 minutes or something? And then we kind of carved away at it. This time I'm going to do a different like style of arranging, and this is just how I pretty much arrange all the time. And that is, I'll just almost like continue expanding this loop and adding to it until I get to the breakdown, and then create my breakdown and then my final drop, and then I'll create the intro and the outro. So at the moment, this is a 16 bar loop, which is only 30 seconds long. So I'm just going to duplicate that. And then what we need to do is kind of make an A and a B section. So we want to make the track, this half of the drop, feel like it's growing, like it's gone somewhere. And so it's actually kind of similar to the way that we arranged before, where I'm going to probably just remove something from this half and then start adding effects. And then we'll move into the breakdown. I think what we can do is maybe only start playing the lead, or what we can do is hint at the lead. So I'm going to delete this, and then I'm just going to take this lead and play it half as often. So instead of every 2 bars, I'm going to play it every 4 bars. And so I'm just going to copy that across like this. And then when we get to this section, I'm not going to play that higher octave. I actually don't really like how it sounds. I'm just going to keep it in the lower octave for now. Then we're going to get to that. The other thing I'm going to do, I think, is maybe remove the offbeat hat from this section and see how that sounds. Or maybe only bring it in over there. See how this sounds now. Okay, so obviously we need a lot more difference than that. I think another thing I want to do is just take out the kick drum for a little bit so it signals a change coming. And then maybe with the offbeat hi-hat we can
We can make it a bit shorter, so we can automate that. So if you remember automation, we just turn on this automation toggle, automation mode, and we can maybe bring down the decay here. See what happens when what it sounds like if I reduce it. Okay, I'm just going to hit Control Z and go back to 600. So if we reduce that over here to like 200, it's going to sound like this. And then as we get into this new section, it's going to open up. And maybe we can also do some filtering with this stuff, just to keep it interesting. Let's put an auto filter. Actually, rather than using an auto filter, let's use the built-in filter on the lead. So here I can just click on the frequency, and then that gives us a line here. And then I'll reduce this. Turn this off over here. Feels like something's missing though over here. Oops. Now that I've taken that out, it feels like a bit more empty. So maybe we should try and replace that with something. So let's add like some sort of effect or something that goes in over there, or maybe something. A new different kind of pad. Let's try out like some of the different drones here. Let's see. You can go to FX Pack here and see. I'm going to play them in context. That one's quite nice. So maybe what we can do is use this. Let's try pitching it up 12 and seeing how that sounds. Okay, so here's a little technique. We can turn this from just a pad into something rhythmic using this warp mode. If we set it to beats over here, then have it on the forward arrow, change it to 16th notes, and reduce this, get this nice stutter. The shorter we make it, the tighter the stutter. Let's see how that sounds. I feel like I want this to still be there, but maybe like really filtered down. So let's take this and yeah, I'm going to put an EQ on it and just take out some of the high end. So it's like really muffled. And all we'll do is just turn this on and off. So here I just turn it on. And then here it's off. Okay, let's listen to this full loop now. think it sounds better not stuttered. So I just switched it back from beats to complex and turned it down, and that sounds good. Let's listen to that. And maybe we can have that fade in over here so it's not so jarring when it comes in, like this. Oops. And if you missed that, the fades, how to create them, I have explained it before, but here I've just extended it out, and then all you do is make sure that this is switched off, and then you, as you hover over here, you'll get these little squares, and then you can drag that across. Might be nice to get some shakers in there. I have actually been working on some really nice shakers for a new pack that we're working on. I think they turned out really nicely, so let's test them out. Maybe by the time you see this new pack will be out. So let's see. Yeah, the sounds in there. Sounds quite nice. Let's turn this hat up a bit. How's the sound over here? Maybe we should run that all the way through. Okay, so I think another nice thing would be to play with the effects on this lead. So maybe like the delay, we can automate that so that it opens up a little bit more. Or we can have another delay. So who says you can't have 3 delays? And on that third delay, we have it be like extra long, like we set it to 8 over here, which is 8/16, which my brain can't work out at the moment. I think that might be like a bar. Or yeah, I think it might be a bar. Anyway, let's go with that. And then I'm going to turn off ping pong, and I'm going to add some modulation. So here it's really simple. All we're doing is adding time modulation here by increasing this percentage. And that's just going to make the timing of this slow down and speed up. And because this has a mode called repitch, you're going to hear like some weird like pitchy effects. Let me show you what I mean. So I'm just going to turn up the dry wet so you can hear it. You can hear it going up and down. And that speed that it goes up and down is controlled by the rate, yeah. So let's see how that sounds. So I feel like that's something that could be added like maybe on the last hit over here. So I'm just going to automate the dry wet. So we don't hear it at all, and then on the last one we hear it, and then I'm going to take it back out. And that's just going to create a bit of tension, I think. Okay, let's add a little bit of automation to this, just to give it a little bit more life. I think one thing we could automate is maybe the attack of the envelope, like this. And maybe the decay too. And see how that sounds. So I'm going to click on this and then I'm going to bring it up. Like, I don't know, let's see, maybe 20 milliseconds. It sounds a little bit different there, and then it comes back down. Another thing we can try, well, every time I do automations, I like to click this plus arrow so that we can see all our automations. There we go, now we can see our filter frequency opening. Maybe we can keep opening it more and more. It's brighter and brighter, and then we can play with this decay and maybe bring that up a bit, like. And then open it up towards the end here. See how that sounds? That's something that could like maybe just grow steadily as this drop progresses, is the decay. I think it'll sound nice. It's more and more intense. It's also getting a bit louder, so I want to kind of control that volume. So I'm just going to put a compressor on here. Let's use the glue compressor. And I'm going to put it straight after here. So don't worry too much about compression. I'm not sure if I went over compression in the last track. Maybe I should just quickly explain a little bit about compression. So the compression has many different uses, and I'm going to explain one use, and that's because I want to use it in one way right now. So all I'm doing is using a compressor to control the volume of this lead. You can hear it as this decay opens. It actually gets quite a lot louder, and it becomes a little bit kind of overwhelming. And all this compressor is going to do is when the volume reaches a certain threshold, it's going to reduce the volume. So here we can define the threshold. You can see when I am not using the compressor, when I'm not bringing the threshold down, this needle doesn't move. But at a certain threshold, it starts moving slightly and then more. And so what this is saying is that when the volume goes over the threshold, let's set it to like -16. When it goes over that threshold, reduce it. Reduce it at a ratio. It's set to 4 at the moment. So for every one, how the ratio works is that for every, the moment it's set to 4, which is 4 to 1. So for every 4 dB that the signal goes over the threshold, it's only going to allow 1 dB of volume through. So obviously a higher ratio means that it'll compress the signal more. And an infinite ratio is like using a limiter where it just outright stops the volume from going over that threshold. So right now all we're doing is that when as this signal starts getting louder, we apply more compression and it controls that volume. And you can see down here, the needle doesn't move that much. Let's actually bring up that threshold a bit. There we go, then as we get up here, applies more compression. Okay, So let's listen to this. We can have a faster attack so it has more control over the volume. It's not letting that little pluck through in the beginning. Okay, so now we've made this loop sound cool. I think that basically is our first drop, so to speak. And now we want to arrange the breakdown. So yeah, let's go into the breakdown here. And what I'm kind of imagining is that this ARP has kind of been a really background element. I kind of want it to grow through here. So I'm going to extend that out and then we're going to automate it. I'm also going to keep this drone going. And I think what we can do here is start opening up the decay or the sustain of the amp. Let's do the decay. Let's also do the decay of the filter envelope. Oops. Click there and open that up. So that's just, you know, changing this section a bit and adding some dynamics to a sound that otherwise before we probably didn't even notice was there as a, you know, if you're just a casual listener. Maybe we can put this back in here. And maybe make a change here to this one. So I feel like we can open this up a bit more because that sounds cool, but it's kind of in the background. So let's also open up this. Now I'm hearing it go up even further. Sounds quite cool. So yeah, just a little bit of change, you know, something that we haven't heard before. You don't want the whole song to just feel like elements that are being looped. Keep that going. Let's maybe pitch this drone back down over here. Yeah, I think with that drone changing down to the lower octave, it's too much of an abrupt change. I'm going to keep that at the higher octave. And then I'm hearing something deep coming in over here. So I'm going to make a new channel. And what I want is something called a reese bass. I think I'm just going to use a preset for this reese bass because it's a pretty involved sound to make. I mean, a basic reese bass is pretty easy, but you know, to get a really good sound, I think it's a little bit more of an advanced sound. I'll show you both. You know, if you don't have Serum, then we can just quickly make it in wavetable, and then I'll also show you how it sounds with a preset that I made. So let's grab wavetable. And so a reese bass is typically 2 or more saw waves or square waves, whatever you want, whatever waveform you choose. You take them and you detune them so that they are playing at slightly different pitch. You see here's a detune amount. If I turn on 2 of these and make them both saw waves, I'll show you how that sounds if I play them together. Let me let's make some bass notes here. Let's go down to F0. I just want to make this a narrow grid. Okay. So I want to make kind of like a bass line that almost follows this pad melody. Let's see. I think that sounds pretty cool, and maybe it'll sound even cooler layered with that. Okay, so back to the reese bass. So we've got 2 saw waves playing. So what happens if we detune them? We bring this one down. Let's bring it down like 15 cents, and then this one up like 15 cents. The more we detune them, the more like pulsation you're going to hear. And it sounds kind of ugly until you... So I'm just bringing this sustain all the way up. Until you start filtering it. Filtering is when it starts sounding cool. So I'm just going to turn up that 24 dB filter and bring down the frequency. And we want to make it mono. And now let's listen to how this sounds. So that's one That's the reese bass that we just made. Very simple kind of reese bass. That still sounds good. Let's just hear how presets can sound. Ones that I've made here in Serum. So if you have Serum, you can get this sample pack. It's called Bass Lab. There's a volume 2 and a volume 3 as well. And we have here some reese basses. This is a warm reese bass. Oh, it's too low, so I just need to turn it up to a different octave here. Let's move it up to F2. It's warm. Oops. I've got this liquid bass, which is sounds pretty cool. And this reese one, this angry one. I was thinking of using the liquid one. So I quite like them both, to be honest. The nice thing about this one is you can start doing cool things because it's got like a pitch bend in it. So if we added in an extra note here, maybe at the higher F. Let's go up to this F. Those pitch bends sound really nice. Even if you go higher, it sounds pretty cool. But yeah, let's not overcomplicate this. Let's just stick with this one for now so everybody can follow along. So I'm thinking the difference that we can add to this second drop is that you may have noticed that our bass note here doesn't change through the first drop, it just stays on F. So maybe in the second drop, our bass notes can change to follow this pattern. Let's copy that across over here. And I'm going to just consolidate this whole clip. So now we can go in and copy this kind of a pattern. So we're starting on the F, and then these notes are going to move down to set the E flat. And then down here, up to here, we have that note, which is our D flat. That's our D flat. So we're going F, E flat, D flat. And then we're just doing the reverse. We're just walking back up. C. And then we loop that. I think that could be cool, a nice kind of difference. And then for the rest of the elements, I'm going to just copy all of these and copy the kick and all of this stuff. Let's see how this sounds. Oh, let's turn this off. Yeah, so that sounds pretty cool. I think we do need like a little bit of a build-up back into that. Maybe we can remove all of that. And maybe we can open up the bass, the rolling bass here. We can maybe open up the filter a bit, see how that sounds. Okay, so I think that's starting to flow quite nicely. I also want to have like a bit of a build-up. And maybe, I don't know, I feel like we need something to happen in this section, like something cool, something big. Maybe we can make like a cool bass stab or something. Let's see. I'm going to make a new channel here, and let's try and create like some big kind of growly bass sound. Maybe I can follow these bass notes. Yeah, let's try that. Let's use wavetable. Bring this up. And I'm going to bring down the filter a bit. Let's turn off poly. And we're going to use another envelope to control that filter. So we're going to use envelope 2. Okay, and then I'm going to add a bit of unison here. Well, let's rather not use unison. Let's use just 2 oscillators. And on the second one, detune a bit. Let's actually put them at different octaves. Let's see. Maybe bring down this frequency a bit. And now I'm going to use some crazy distortion. Use overdrive. Overdrive is a cool distortion. Let's try to turn off this detune and see how that sounds. Okay, I quite like the detune. Let's bring that back. Let's duplicate that, and now I'm going to distort the high end. Okay, so after all that distortion, now we're going to add another filter. And I'm going to give it some resonance, and then we're just going to put it about there. At 2.8K. Some resonance. Okay, so now if we take that and put a big reverb on it, it should sound pretty cool in theory. Let's see. Add a big reverb, bring down the size a bit. And we can low cut it to take it some of that low end. Bring down the decay on this on the filter envelope, sorry. And bring down the sustain a bit. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. We can even make it poly and see how it sounds to add some harmonies to it. So and highlight all of this, Control C, Control V, and then move it up 7 semitones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See how that sounds. Let's go up a full octave from there. Sounds pretty wicked, I think. Let's bring down the reverb a bit. You can see how moving this filter on the overdrive changes the sound a lot. See how it sounds in the drop. I like it, but I don't like the wobbly kind of tail. So I want to bring down the frequency and the decay a bit. And the sustain. Maybe we can sidechain this a bit. So I'm going to copy the sidechain from the bass and then put it onto here. Bring down the ratio. See how it sounds if I pitch that oscillator down an octave. I like it where it was. Okay, so that's another cool sound. I think we should take out the low end from that sound though, because we've got so much bass already. Duplicate this across now. Now we're going to bring in the sound. And we can open it up even more. Yeah. I think here what I want is this to be nice and filtered. So let's, in this section, bring down the filter. Maybe we can build up to that. Take out the kick drum for a bit there. Okay, I still want some more changes to happen here. So it would be cool, I think, to maybe take the lead and do something different with it in the breakdown. I'm going to copy the MIDI from it, make a new MIDI channel, and paste the MIDI. Let's paste it here. And so I'm kind of imagining this in my head right now. So we've got a new sound playing that MIDI. And then we could call this, maybe this section, our buildup. And I'm going to take this and just copy it all the way across like this, just for the buildup. And let's try and find a sound. You know, I'm just going to look for sounds now. I'm going to go click on sounds and then let's look for maybe a mallet sound. How would this sound? No, don't know about a mallet. Let's maybe go with punchy. And adjust this to make it more plucky. No, I don't like it. Try stab. Snappy. That could be a nice layer because it's quite punchy. Let's keep that. It's also punchy. I think I'm going to keep those both as layers and then sounds like it could be good. No, I don't like it. See, maybe we can repurpose our sound that we made for our bass. Let's grab that. I'm just going to copy the whole channel and paste it over here. We don't need that low end there. Maybe we can pitch this up an octave. Or we can just go here on the wavetable and move this whole thing up an octave. Maybe make it a bit brighter. Let's just delete these. Actually, I'm just going to hit delete automation, and now we can open it up. Shorten it a bit. So release. Come on. Okay, maybe let's give it some unison. Let's try noise. Give it some more voices. Let's see. Quite like that. And maybe give it some delay and reverb. Sometimes using a delay with a really fast unsynced timing, like 50 milliseconds or something, can sound really nice. Or let's just try a normal timing like this. I'm not actually a fan of the shimmer and of the unison. Maybe we should use a sine wave. Try this up. Sounds pretty interesting, actually. I can imagine if we distorted all of that, it would sound really nice. I'm going to just delete this other one. Let's try putting those in a group. Control G. And then here we're going to grab an overdrive. Just makes it a bit more aggressive. You can turn it down a bit. Not really liking that. I like this part, so maybe we should just roll with this. Maybe we can try the new Ableton Live Raw. Let's put a raw on there after the overdrive and see how that sounds. We can turn up the amount. We can play with like these knobs here, just experiment. So let's turn up the amount on this FB mode. You don't have to know what it does. Sounds cool, it is cool. And I think we can add a little bit more of a change in the drums here. What if we add one more loop, maybe like a top loop or something to that? Let's go to this. Where's my pack here? Yeah, let's go to this drum pack here, and we'll just go for a top loop. And well, let's just try out a few and see what sticks. Trying. To be honest, I quite like the first one. Okay, I think this shouldn't come in like that. I think we need to filter it. So let's grab an auto filter and put it on this group. And here we're going to automate that in. Okay, so I think over here is when we're going to start needing to do some build-up effects. So let's go back to this FX Mega Pack. Here I'm going to just grab a snare roll. And I'm going to place that one over there. Turn on warping, and we want to have it at 122 BPM. That's what it says in the file name. And then we're going to bring down the volume and just set it at the right volume where it's loudest. So at this section. Sounds about right. Okay. Now we're gonna get some more effects. Let's do a riser. Maybe something like that. Also turn it to 122. And the right volume. And let's find another one. Let's take this one, and you can see it's in F sharp, so we just need to pitch it down one semitone and also put it at 122. Pitch down one semitone. Maybe we'll start that riser over there and kind of like fade it in. You can also take the low end out of the bass. Oh, I don't think we want this. Oh, we do want that. It's this that we don't want, the low end. So we're going to put an auto filter and we're going to take out the low end right before the drop. So we just reverse this, so it's taking out low end. It's a high pass filter. And we're going to click here and add a little automation. It's automated up to like 100 Hertz. You can actually right click and hit edit value and then type 100. Okay. Let's add one more effect here, which is going to be like a crash sound. I'm going to grab it from this Nuppy pack. Quite like, where is it? Crashes. I like that one. Might also on the FX Mega Pack use a sweep sound. We take that sweep. Let's make sure you set it at 122 here. Set the volume right. Maybe bring that 16th up. Could even use a sweep down here. Something like that. Okay. Sounds good. Now all we need is an intro and an outro and a few effects. And yeah, that'll be it. I'm going to take a short break and then we'll do the intro and outro. Okay, we're back and now we're going to do our intro and outro and then just a little bit of last minute tweaks. And yeah, so maybe a little bit of mastering. Okay. So let's do this. So we just need an intro now. So the track at the moment, currently probably about 3 minutes long. And if we have a 2-minute intro and maybe another minute or two of an outro, that's going to take us up to about 7 minutes, which is good for an extended mix, which is kind of what we're doing here. So yeah, let's do that. So we've only got a minute long over here. Actually, no, that's not a minute. That's 30 seconds. I'm going to highlight that section. I'm going to hit Control-I to insert more space. That's 1 minute. Maybe we can let's do a 1 minute intro followed by like a kind of a 30-second bridge build-up kind of thing. All right. So let's copy the kick and the bass and all of that. Bring it over here. I'm going to take the kick, the snare out of there. Yeah, and we'll go with that for now. Let's not bring in the bass until this point. Actually, no, I quite like having the bass from the beginning. maybe the shaker can only come in here and go across there. Let's take out this. Okay, so it starts like that. And then we'll bring in the offbeat hat here. Let's also take this drone and make that go all the way across. Oh, I did make one small change here. There was inside, in this drone, there was a kind of a tone that kept reminding me of my baby monitor. You know, monitors that you use to put in your kid's room while they're sleeping. And basically when the monitor loses its signal, because it's wireless, it makes this beeping sound, which was exactly the same tone as this tone over here. That that tone over there. Yeah, that ringing tone. It's the exact same frequency as that monitor, and it was annoying me, so I just cut that out. Anyway, I think what we can do with this is filter it in. So let's put in an auto filter here. I'm going to just take out all the high end. Maybe bring that in over here. And then open it up as we get towards the drop. Maybe put it in here. Maybe I'll just take out the kick for like one beat over here or something. Just do that. Okay, then what I'm going to do over here, take out the low end of the bass. We need another auto filter, and here we're going to just do a high pass and slowly bring it up to about 90 Hertz, and then turn it back off over here. And maybe bring this up. Oh, let's filter it in. I'm now thinking that this ARP maybe would sound better without that higher octave in there. And maybe we can copy this over here. Let's see. And just do it twice, maybe. We can also like really wash it out so that it's kind of like a background element at first. I'm going to take a reverb, put it on there. Make it like almost 100% wet. Really big decay. Take out the mids and the highs. Something like that. And then I'll just turn the reverb off over here. Turn it all the way up to 100%. maybe over here bring it down a bit. And it might be a cool time to do this pad melody. Maybe we can use this part here. Can even wash it out even more. Okay, I think we need to do some build-up effects there. So let's grab one or two of these, like maybe these sweeps, we can use that there. And the crash. Let's bring this back to there. Okay, sorry, I had to just pause that quickly, but we're back now. All right, so we're working on this little bridge section. Let's listen to it from here and just see how it's sounding. Okay, I think what I want over here is maybe for this to be extended a little bit more. So we can move this over here. And then I want a little fill with our snare. I'm just going to cut this section out here and then I'm going to put in 4 snares. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I want it to be much faster. I'm going to divide it by 2. I'm going to select all of them, divide by 2. Could even take this a little bit further, like right to that snare. I want the snare to smack a little harder. Do you know what I'm going to put on? A little plugin called OTT. Not really a plugin, a multi-band preset. And that's just going to make it a lot brighter, a lot more upfront. Like this, it'll be too much. But we can bring down the amount. Compare this to this. And it's definitely more compressed. A bit louder. I'm gonna make this reverb a bit darker. Okay, so I think that's okay for our kind of like intro and bridge, and then we go into our drop. And now for our outro. All we need to do really here is just duplicate this section and begin kind of winding it down. So what we could do is start removing some sort of melodic ideas here. See, maybe what we can do is remove the leads. Let's see how that sounds if I just delete them. Can kind of hear the bass being taken out of, or the low end being taken out over here, so we'll slowly sweep this up. To like, let's go to like 100 here, and then do the same with our kick drum. I want to just get another auto filter. And here we're going to edit value 100. And then this is kind of like, I guess, cooldown section. I'm going to duplicate this one more time. And then here we're going to go back to our single note bass line. I'm just going to copy this across there. And delete this. And also delete those. And with this, I think we can filter out the high end of this drone as we kind of go down into this section. Okay, so how long is the track now? 5:30. Yeah, I think that's about right. We'll probably make it 6 minutes long, and maybe extend this section. So let's see. I'm gonna highlight the section and hit Control-Shift-D. It's going to just duplicate this whole section one more time. And now we can maybe do something like this, where we only do this bridge over here. And over here we can keep this lead going for another section, but kind of start filtering it out. So we could take both of these, put them into a group and call it lead. And then I'm going to put a filter on that. And slowly bring it down. can always shorten this hat now. Okay, now we've got a 6-minute track, and I think that's a pretty decent length for an extended mix. So I would say the arrangement is done now, and the last thing I want to do is just a few effects just to spice it up a bit. First thing I want to do is on the snare, I want to have some changes every once in a while. So first change I want to have is that, like, let's say every 8 snares we have maybe some reverb that happens on one of the snares. And the perfect thing for doing that is using sends. Send is basically just another channel that we can send the signal to and then put an effect on it without affecting the original sound. So what I mean by that is, if, for example, we put a reverb on here and I send, using this dial, my signal to this channel, both channels will be heard, the dry snare and the snare with reverb. So you'll hear this, and you'll hear this without the reverb. And so I can do things like, I can put a filter on this one and take out all the mid-range. So I'm only hearing the high end of this, but I'm not actually EQing the snare itself. It's a really handy way to work. And so what I want to do here is just temporarily send one of the snares to this channel. So for example, we can automate this and it'll go like this. So we just got a big smack like every 8 bars. I mean every 8 beats. Every 8 snares. Something like that. Oops. My key just flew off my board. There we go. And we can copy this to this section. Maybe we'll do it until the outro. So we can turn that down a bit, the volume of this reverb. I think we can also make it a bit bigger. There we go. We can also use the delay send over here. It's already got a delay on it. And it's already set up pretty much exactly how I want to do it. We're just going to bring down the feedback to 0. And then I want to send, so let's do a little plus here so we can see this on a different channel. Then we're going to send this snare to that delay, and it's going to do like a kind of dotted note delay and feel like almost like a bit of a bounce like this. We can just turn that one down like maybe to -3. -2. Let's not do it so predictably. Let's only do it there. So here, if we have to look at this like a loop, we got like kind of like an A and a B section. So yeah, I want to just carry that across there. That's already going to spice up this snare a bit, make it sound more interesting. Maybe we can keep that going through to the outro, and we can use this in the final snare. There we go. Cool, that was That makes the snare a bit more interesting to listen to. And now I just want to add a few more effects in there. Let's just go here and look for maybe some atonal one-shots. Something like that, maybe. I just want the last hit, so I'm gonna just drag this to here. Playhead, maybe that one. Sometimes when you pitch stuff up and down, it just sounds better in the mix. And in this case, I think pitching up +7 sounded good. Let's get some other sounds. Like that. Use that, maybe. And just move it somewhere. Yeah, pretty cool. Maybe this one can go over here. Turn it down. Chuck another one here. Maybe we'll put it on that grid line. That one's pretty cool. How about over here? Just want to start it at that point. I don't want to have that little sweep. Turn off warping. Maybe we can place it right there. Or there. Sometimes it's cool to also have like some tonal stuff in there, like these flourishes are pretty nice. Yeah, let's try that over there. Try some different ones. Quite like that one. Maybe there. Let's put in a riser at the end of this just to build some tension. Doesn't have to be an F minor. We can always change the pitch of it. Or because it's a riser, it doesn't always really matter. It's changing in pitch anyway. Let's see how it sounds. Let's try and pitch it to F minor. So we're going to go down from A, 1, 2, 3, 4. That goes down to F. I think that sounds better. Maybe we can grab our sweep, not the crash, put that there. No, let's not use that. Let's use something we haven't heard before, like an impact. Yeah. I'm going to grab that and put it there. Actually, I want to filter out this ARP. It gets a bit much over there, I think. So let's try filter that down. We need to turn this ARP on over here. Now we can take all of this stuff and use it again here. Maybe just copy this and use it again. Okay, let me just turn that off over here. Turn this off. And that. Turn this one down a bit. to use that riser there. What I might use is the sweep. And the crash. Let's filter this harp out. Hey. Probably want some effects here in the intro. Let's use some unique effects because I don't want to, keep using the same ones over and over again. It can get a bit old. Let's use some different sweeps. Let's use this one here. Maybe over there. 122. Just gotta check the volume. And maybe an impact. That could be a cool one. Might over here use this. Move that there. So maybe just use a couple of them. Okay, I think as far as effects goes, that's a pretty good effort. So the last thing I want to do is just put a little bit of a limiter on it and maybe a touch of EQ on the master, and then we can listen through. Right, so let's put a limiter. We're going to push it as loud as it can go. But we still want just a few dB of gain reduction. We don't want the limiter to sound horrible. Okay, so that sounds good. And now I think maybe a bit of EQ, just to open up the high end a little bit. Here I'm just going to click on number 4 and I'm just going to add 2 dB here of high end. Maybe a touch of low end. Otherwise, not much else. And then maybe we can just add a little bit of saturation, just like some gentle saturation. Saturator. That over there. And let's just put about 4 dB. And we'll take out 4 dB. And that's just going to gently add some extra harmonics to the master. Let's see how it sounds. What you don't want to hear with your saturator on your master is a bunch of distortion like this. So when you hear that, you gotta just back off. I think even at 6 dB sounds pretty good. But -6 here. Oops. Okay, we have a nice loud track now, and I think we should play it through and see how it turned out. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Okay, cool, guys. That's it for this track. And I will see you in the next track where we're going to be doing something a little bit more advanced. Okay. Okay, guys. Welcome to your third track. And today I thought it'd be fun to do something a little different and do something kind of in the style of kind of music, sort of afro house kind of style. And we're going to kind of be using everything that we've learned up until now. We're going to be designing our own sounds. We're going to be using concepts like sidechaining and EQ and filtering, modulation, automation. And so, yeah, if you're still not comfortable with all of those concepts, I recommend just following the first and the second tutorials and making 2 or 3 of your own tracks following those tutorials until the concepts are more or less ingrained. All right. So, yeah, there's a few, I would say, kind of standard sounds that we want to use for this. We want to have lots of plucky, rhythmic sounds. We want to be building interesting rhythms. We want to be using toms and lots of claps and snares and stuff to really kind of drive home that like afro rhythm. I think we're also going to be using piano, making a really nice chord progression and melody to go with it. Yeah, I think let's just get started. Right, so as always, I usually like to make some sort of atmospheric bed for the track to sit on. So I think this time we're going to go, let's start with the FX Megapack again, and let's go to these drones. And let's choose a key to work in today. Yesterday we did F minor. So let's go B minor. I like B minor. Let's go with B minor today. And so let's see if we've got any. We've got 2 in B minor, but we can always take other ones and pitch them. So let's just find one that we like. Feels like it could be good. It might take out some of that high end and just really like filter it down. So we're going to take this drone and we want to go down from C to B minor. Let's just pitch it down 1 semitone. And then I want to get an auto filter and just filter this. Just search auto filter. I'm going to bring that down. Exactly like that. I want it really filtered. Okay, and then I think what I want to do is make sort of like a kick tom groove and create a rhythm that will inspire our chord progression, because I think the chord progression needs to be to rhythmically fit. Okay, so let's start off with our kick. So I'm going to go to, I think Artist Kicks 2 here and use this kick, one of my favorites. We don't want it on B. Remember, we need to put it on C3. That's on C4. So let's go down an octave. And we just want some kick drums there. Tempo-wise, we're on 122. I'd say 122 is fine for this Afro house. It's not going to be like full-on Afro house, so more like kind of music. I'd say theirs is kind of a blend between melodic, progressive, and Afro. So yeah, I want to have a nice tom groove to go with that. So I've got some lovely toms here in this drum pack. They're under perk one shots. Go with that one. So I'm just going to make a new MIDI channel here and then double click on the tom. Bring up the gain a little bit there. And now we need to make a rhythm that fits nicely with the kick. So I want to make this a little bit longer. Let's make it 8 kicks long, which is 2 bars long. And I'm just going to consolidate that so it's one clip. Then we're going to loop it. And now we need to make something that fits nicely. I'm going to divide it up into 16 grid pattern. And I don't want to really like overcomplicate this groove. So let's have a simple kind of groove like that. What's happening here? Where's that jumping? Okay. I think it's fine. Let's duplicate that across. And I want to have some higher notes in there too. So let's see. Maybe we can... There's some space here, I think. So maybe we put a note here on the 5th, which is the F sharp. You count that up, 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th note, or 7 semitones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. That doesn't quite work. I'll tell you why that doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I counted it wrong. Okay, so yeah, I was right. So it's 7 semitones up. Just want to see if we can add in maybe another note, maybe this one here. I think it will sound nice to have that on the F. Maybe up here. I quite like that. Let's see what it sounds like to add a little bit of delay. Just a subtle delay so we can get a bit of bounce. Bring that down, and that one down a little bit. I think I'm going to bring down the feedback a bit. Sounds good. Right, and I think let's get maybe a shaker in there. Let's use one of the shakers from this new pack that I'm working on, which is Melodic House and Techno Essentials Volume 1. It's not ready yet, but hopefully by the time you see this pack will be ready. Let's just try a few different grooves and see what fits nicely with the kick and the tom. And always with the shakers, I like to shift the starting position and see if moving it changes the groove and if it feels better. Let's try this. See how that feels different. It also feels different. I'm going to try a few different ones and just choose the one that fits the best. That works quite nicely. Let's keep that one. I'm just going to duplicate this channel and turn this off and then listen for another one. Go to the bottom. Like that. Let's turn it down a bit. And I want to try and bring in just a kind of like a straight normal shaker just to tie it all together. Let's try opening up this filter here. This is quite a noisy shaker. I think it's going to be a bit distracting while I'm writing, so I'm going to turn it off for now, but I do like the rhythm. Let's just stick with these for now. Okay, let's start writing a piano before we start adding more to this groove. I think it's empty enough to where there's a lot of space for us to write this piano. So we're just going to search for piano here, and then let's go to our instruments. And what do we want? Do we want an E piano, or do we want maybe like a grand piano sound? I think we probably want more of like a standard piano sound. It's more fitting. Okay, so I'm just going to make a MIDI clip here. And now I'm going to set it to narrow, and we have got to write some chords now. Right, so let's start with a B chord, which is B, D, and F sharp. If you aren't familiar yet with writing triads, make sure you watch the music theory or rewatch the music theory section in the first track right at the beginning. I'm not going to really explain what I'm doing with the chords here, but we're starting with a B minor chord. Let's see how that sounds. Okay, so, I mean, that immediately fits the track. Maybe we should do some slightly more advanced music theory here, and that is where we incorporate inversions. And inversions are simply just playing the same chord, but moving these notes into different octaves. So, for example, the first inversion would be moving the B up an octave. Now you have your D note in the bass. that has a different sound, but overall the emotion is the same. I quite like that sound. And then the second inversion would be when you take the B and the D and you move them up an octave. So the F sharp is in the bass. Maybe if we move those all down an octave, it'll sound nicer. I think out of all those inversions, the one that sounded best to me was when we had the B up, which is the first inversion. Just like that. It goes D, F, B. And then let's duplicate this and choose our next chord. What if we just move the bass note? See how that sounds. Let's try moving it up first. That's quite nice. I want to just see how it sounds if I move it down. It might sound a bit funny. It sounds actually pretty nice, I think. Let's try moving it down to B here. That's a nice sound, but to me that just sounds like the chord progression has just come to an end. And I want to first kind of go on a journey. So I think choosing that note down there sounds nice. Let's duplicate it across again and then try and change another note. Let's try and move that one up. Let's try moving this one up to here. Let's see how it sounds up moving that one up to there. So you can see I'm not really using music theory here. I'm just moving notes around and seeing what sounds nice. I find if you're always following the standard like chord progressions that you find on Google, they generally sound a bit too poppy and uninspired. Let's duplicate that one again, and maybe we try something else here. See how it sounds to move this up to there. No. Let's see. Maybe we can now move this top note because it's been the same every time. Always been on the B. What if we move it down to there and we make like a triad? So we have a note there, we skip a note, replace a note, skip a note, place one there. Let's see how that sounds. Kind of hearing another chord come in. Maybe we move down now. Let's see. Down to that chord. Let's see how that sounds. And let's keep these closer together so we can shift this one up and make an inversion. And that will resolve nicely. One last thing I want to try is just moving this note down to there. See what happens. I think that has a really nice emotion. So these are like the top notes of our piano. I think what we need now is bass notes to go with that. And so I want to try and play some notes at the bottom here and see what it sounds like. Maybe further down. Okay, so let's move this one somewhere down maybe. And let's keep walking down, see what that sounds like. And we can check these chords and see, does this chord actually make sense? So that's a G. Technically the triad would be G, B, D. And let's check what notes we have here. We have a E, we have a G, and we have a B. G, B, we have an E here. So it almost works. That would be our standard triad over there. Let's just see how this sounds. Compare that to this, what it was before. I think that one's a bit more dramatic, but I just want to see what it sounds like if we follow this bass note, so we make this an E. Yeah. Where's our E? There. We'll go down here. And maybe it should be up an octave. Okay, that sounds quite nice. And then what is this next chord going to be? Maybe we just follow these notes like that. Let's see how that sounds. Okay, that worked. Remember, this is an inversion, this chord of, we bring that back down, that is a minor chord. So maybe if we place this on the A, over here, sorry, I struggle to see these notes when all the highlights are on. And let's see how that sounds. So it was this versus this. Well, my ear says that this feels nicer. Maybe we can have a variation where this is the variation, this note over here, this chord changes. Just the bottom note. So we can change the color of this so we know it's a variation. Or we don't change the color of the whole clip, we just change the color of the last chord so we know it's different. So that sounds nice. I think we can make it sound nicer though. Let's just see what it sounds like to pitch all of this up an octave. These ones go down an octave. think that sounds nice, and it gives us a bit of room in the low end to have a sub. Okay, so now we can make this piano sound not so cheap. There's some controls here. We can control the brightness. Let's bring that down a bit. We can also control the tone. The tone, I'll just leave it where it was. Soft, hard. You want it softer, I think. Okay, we don't want to have any attack. I think the rest of it sounds okay. Let's also EQ it a bit. Bring up a little bit over there. And I'm just boosting a little bit around 100 Hertz. And I'm going to take out that noise at the bottom. You can also humanize all of this a bit. So here in Live 12, we have this humanize function. We highlight all the notes and click it. You can control the amount of humanization. And what this is doing is you can see the note placements are kind of not really all on the grid now. Which is really nice. Nice function, but we don't want to overdo it. I think probably like 20% or something. We can also randomize the velocity of all of this. I don't know why that's not working right now. There we go. Just select these ones first and then these ones, I think. So now we're just going to bring down the randomize amount here. Maybe this chord we can bring down a little bit, velocity-wise. And if you missed that, I just held Alt after highlighting all of them, and then that arrow appears and you can control the velocity. See what it sounds like to have a low velocity on this piano. It just gets really quiet actually, so let's bring that down a little bit. And then let's also humanize this. Get it to just a little bit, maybe like 30%. And sometimes it might be nice to have like a chord that is more humanized. So like do something like that. Bring it to like 42% and just click this and see how this sounds. I think the bass note I'm going to bring over there. There we go, a nice little strum. I quite like how the notes feel a bit heavier down there. Maybe these two we can pitch down. Yeah, maybe do that. Over there sounds nice. Just keep adjusting this. See how reverb sounds. Maybe a bit of reverb on there. think the bottom notes, I don't want them so like deep and growly, so I'm going to turn down the velocity on them. I'm just highlighting all of them, then holding Alt and clicking and dragging down. There you go, I just want them silent. Not completely silent, quieter, I mean. Okay, that's nice. Right, now we have some room for our sub, and I think our sub can pretty much just follow those lower notes. So an easy way to do that is we're just going to highlight all the MIDI here, then hold down Control, then click and drag this down. And now we've just copied all of this, but now we want to change out the piano sound. Probably want to also delete the EQ. So let's just search for a sub bass. And so there's a really nice preset here. I think it's in sounds. Yeah, I like that hip hop sub bass. So let's double click on that. And now we only want the bottom notes, so we delete all the top notes. And I don't want to have these all humanized, so let's keep it pretty straight. I'm just going to hit, we're going to quantize them. Quantize means move all the notes perfectly onto the grid. And the quick way to do that is just highlight them all and hit Control U. So now they will all be starting on the grid, but we want them to all be touching. Another way we can make all the notes touch each other is just hit legato. And now they're all touching. And then same thing on these ones. Just highlight all of them, Control U, and then legato. Let's hear that. Just want to make sure that last note isn't too high. Yeah, it's a bit high. It doesn't sound very nice. Let's go down. There we go. Just went down an octave there. Okay, that's a very loud sub, so we're going to turn it down. And we want to sidechain it. So let's sidechain. Grab our compressor, open that up, sidechain on, input from kick. We're going to turn up the frequency here to 1K, and then bring that down. Okay, now that's being sidechained to the kick drum. And maybe we can do a little bit of sidechain to the piano too. I'm just going to copy that sidechain from the hip hop sub, paste it here. We don't want it to be that deep. I'm just going to bring down the ratio. I think we can probably use a pad to back up this piano and just give it a little bit of like ambience. So I want to layer it with the pad sound. Let's make a pad. I don't think we've made a proper pad before, so let's open up wavetable. And we can leave this EQ pretty much like this because we don't want the low end in there. And yeah, everything else we can keep. Okay, so at the moment this will sound like this. Which is actually quite a nice sound. It's just sine waves. But let's try change it to a triangle wave. Quite like the sound of that. Okay, so for a pad sound, you want to kind of make your envelope a lot softer. So we're talking long attacks like this. And then we want the sound to decay down. long release. And then we also want some filtering happening here. Okay, and we can control that filter with the second envelope. So let's have like maybe a bit of a long attack on that one and a long decay, similar shape to before. But we want to control the filter frequency of that. And just a little bit. Not that much, maybe like a little bit of movement. Maybe we can use an LFO to also control the frequency. We go to matrix, we can add LFO 1 to that, just a little bit. Turn off retrigger. And bring down the rate quite a lot. Maybe a bit quicker. It's just gonna give it a little bit of movement. There you go, I'd say about those settings. Maybe we can add some unison, some classic unison. And now let's add a bit of reverb to that sound. Reverb. Give it a bit, quite a long decay. Let's do like 9 seconds here. Bring down the size a bit. See how that sounds. Bring down the volume of it. And I just want to try different waveforms. Actually, I think the saw wave is nicer. It's more lush. And I'm going to filter out more of the high end. I don't want it to become so bright. Okay, now I think what we need for this is some more rhythmic stuff, more rhythmic synth sounds. So let's make a new channel here. Let's name stuff so we know what it is. We just kick, and that's the drone. That is our tom. That's shaker 1, shaker 2, shaker 3. This is going to be rhythm synth. This is our piano and our pad and sub. Okay. So for our rhythm synth, we just want, I think what I'm going to do is just 16th notes, just like that. And I'm going to grab wavetable. Actually, I want to use a guitar sound. Let's search for guitar. And we'll just go to sounds here. And the one I'm looking for, I think, is the electric nylon. See how that sounds. I like that. Maybe we can bring it down an octave. to make it more a bit tighter, not so long. That doesn't do anything. So I think what we can do is use something called a tremolo here. Just search for tremolo and go to all and just double click on this. Actually an auto pan preset. We make the down ramp and set it to 16th notes here. Then all that's going to do is control the volume based on this shape. So what we get is this instead of this. Let's listen to that. Like that. We can also try adding another note to this so that it makes it into like a 2-note chord. What's that called? A dyad. I think I prefer it as 1 note. We can also try using this on a drone sound, so just listen to this. We open this up, and we get that sound. Which is cool, but I like how it was filtered. I want to keep that sound in there. So maybe we can use this tremolo on a different pad sound. Let's try something else here. Let's use a different. Let's try one of these. See how this sounds. Just going to turn it down. Try this one. Try this one. Just got to pitch it up to B. I like that one. Let's try put the tremolo on. You just bring down the amount. Okay, so what else do we need for this? I think we can have some more like mid-range percussion. So we've got the tom in there, but what about like a kind of a clap sound? I'm going to add a new MIDI channel here, and then I'm going to make a sort of a rhythm. I'm just going to turn off this highlight scale and just use the note C here, and I'm going to make like a yeah, let's try that sort of a rhythm. I'm just going to loop that over there. And now we're going to let's find like a clap sound. Something with a bit of weight on it. And let's listen to that. Okay, so we can try and pitch this down. I think a bit deeper would be nice. Let's try that. Okay, and I'm going to introduce a new part of Ableton here. And that is going to be called chains. So in Ableton, if we click on a device and hit Control G, going to group it. Then you have these instrument racks. So if you click on this button, it opens up this little view. This is like your chain list here. So what we can do is we can duplicate this. If I just right click that and hit duplicate, we've got two chains now. And this is basically just a copy of this sound. We can have a different sound. So if I choose maybe something like that, clap, we now have two different claps on the same channel using the same MIDI. And so if I play them together, I can silence one of them, or that one, or both of them. You can solo one. You can mix them so you can have turn down the volume of one. I want to just move this playhead a bit over there. And so now we can start layering different sounds together until we're happy with the sound that we have here. So I think I want like a deeper sound to go with this, maybe a snare with a bit of weight in it. Like that. The easy way to do this is to just click and drag it into this list, yeah? Now we've got a snare in there too. I'm going to make this a bit shorter. I don't like how long it is. We can bring down the sustain and the decay. Just try mixing these a bit better. And I want to try adding a little delay to this, just to give it a tiny bit of bounce. Yeah, just bring down the feedback and the dry wet. Try adding something a bit more like organic sounding, like a cajon. I've got this in deep organic percussion, some cajon sound. That one's got a bit of depth to it. Let's try adding that one. Can you hear how that's added a bit of weight to the clap? Maybe we can add some more organic drum sounds, like a bongo loop or a conga loop or something. I'm just going to add a new audio channel, and here I've got some conga loops. Let's go with... Let's try that one and see how it sounds. It's in F. and we're in B, so we might need to move it. I think if we move it up to the F sharp, that'll be the 5th of our key, so it should fit. See how it sounds. We can just try by ear listening to this and seeing when it sounds nice. I'm just going to start pitching it. +2, that hit over here, this one sounds nice to me. I think if I change these, they sound nicer there. So I'm going to have a mixture here of different pitches. Let's listen to this part. This one. Yeah, it sounds nice like that. So maybe this can be our loop. I'm just going to duplicate that all the way across. Then we can turn it down. The long note has like this weird slide in it. So I think what I want to do is make this whole loop a bit more tight. And how we can do that is, it's actually pretty easy. We can select all of this and set it to beats mode. And then we want to preserve the transients, hit it to this forward arrow and then turn this down and you'll hear it gets tighter. So now we have a really nice tight conga loop. Doesn't have those like really long tails with the slides in them. So I'm gonna, yeah, let's see how this sounds. Piano is a bit quiet. Let's turn that up. Okay, so we've got a nice little loop here. I think I'm going to save it quickly. Name of that. That's track 3. Select all and save. And then we're going to take a break and then start arranging it. Probably add more melodies and stuff to it too. But I think this is a good starting point to start figuring out the arrangement. Hey, see you in a bit. Okay, guys, we're back. And as you might see, I did a little bit of a change. Went for lunch and came back and sat down, and I just really wasn't feeling the chord progression that we had written. So I decided, let me try and write something a bit different. And I came up with these chords. And so you can just copy them, or we can delete those notes, don't need them. So the chord progression goes like this. We've got the G, got another G, and then another, and then a D. So these chords are not really like standard triads where we have 3 different notes. We have 2 different notes in this chord. See, we've got 2 Gs, and we've got a D. And then on the next chord, we're kind of walking up to the next note, which is the A. And we've got another A here. And then we got it's the C sharp, yeah, C sharp. And then on the last chord, we got just 3 Bs. There's no actual chord happening here. It's just the simplest of harmonies you can get. We've got 3 B notes. And I think it's very simple, but it has a lot of emotion, I feel. So if we just listen to that. And then I just copied that down to the pad. And then onto the sub. Okay, and then the other thing I've done is I looked for a vocal, because I thought it'd be fun to work with vocals in this session. And so I've got this sample pack here called Lauren Lemont Vocal Hooks. An amazing pack full of vocal hooks. It's even got like full top lines.
Any second we could fall up every night.
And yeah, so I found a few phrases and hooks. The first one that I found is this one.
Every night, knowing that you're there, I'm paralyzed. I can't get the thought out of my mind.
And then the second half has got some harmonies in it.
Every time, knowing that you're gone and by her side, I can't get the thought out of my mind.
A really, really nice vocal. And that just comes from this one.
Every night, every time.
And so all I did was just drag it in there just like this. And then you got to set the BPM correctly. So here we type 123. It says here, this is a 123 vocal. So now you can see it pretty much lines up with that one. And we need to get it into key. It's in G minor currently. So I just pitched it up 4 semitones. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that sounds like this.
Every night.
It's a little bit high pitched, so I'm going to change it to Complex Pro.
Every night.
That preserves the formants.
Every night. Knowing that you're there.
And then there's this long gap here, so I just found another vocal to kind of fill in that gap. And so I found this phrase here. Is this real? And that's in C minor, so I had to pitch that down 1 semitone. You just search, is this real?
Is this real? Your love.
So yeah, that I just cut out the first phrase. That one, and then did a little fade over here. Pitched up pitched it down 1 semitone. And then we get this.
Every night. Is this real?
Okay. And maybe we want to do a little bit more of a fade there.
Is this real?
Okay, and then on this one, I found another vocal to fill in this section, which is I Don't Want to Love Ya. I don't want to love ya. This one.
I don't wanna love you.
Really beautiful. And that one I just had to pitch up 2 semitones, and it sounds like this.
I don't wanna love you.
Okay, and I'm just going to delete this over here. So then all together with the new chords, we've got this loop. Nothing else has changed. It's just the chords, and we've added a vocal. So you can easily follow along with that. Let me just delete all the old chords. and then let's listen to it.
Every night, knowing that you're there, I'm paralyzed. I can't get the thought out of my mind. Is this real? Every time, knowing that you're gone and by her side, I can't get the thought out of my mind. I don't wanna love you.
Okay, so now we've got a lot more to work with, and working with vocals can be really fun. And it can also inspire some new ideas, and I can already hear where I want this track to go. So let's follow the same arrangement technique that we did in the last song. We're going to duplicate this across, and then we're going to make a kind of B section. So this to me sounds like the A section of the vocal. Then I can kind of imagine taking the vocal out and having some sort of lead come in. So just listen to this. Maybe what I'll do is take out the kick for a little bit.
Every time, knowing that you're gone and by her side, I can't get the thought out of my mind. I don't wanna love you.
Okay, so yeah, I can hear something pretty epic and awesome happening in there. Let's see. Let's try and write something to go with that. Kind of like hearing a melody in my head. Let's just find a sound to work with for now. Let's find something maybe that can inspire us. We click on sounds. I'm kind of hearing let's try melod. No, I've gone through these before, but I think maybe this track will suit a melod. What I want is the Buildup. An interesting sound. Let's try both of them, see what happens. I'm going to try some chords and see how that sounds. I don't really like it. No, let's keep searching. Maybe we can find... just search by lead and snappy. Maybe something like this. Just kind of following the... So if we look at the chords, we've got the top note and I'm following that. It's going from this D down to the C sharp and then down to the B. We got this D, C sharp, and now I want to move down to the B. And I think this A note then needs to move down. Let's move it down to here. I want to hear if it sounds like to move this up. And I want to find some cool delay for this. So let's use the echo. And I want a really long feedback. Let's see how this sounds, maybe like 80% or something. Filter it out a bit. I think that's a nice layer. Could even do this, turn these second ones off, and then it's just have an even longer feedback. And let's build on this. So let's layer that again. And let's search for another sound. Lead, snappy. Maybe we can make a rhythm out of these notes. You can do like let's just turn this echo off. And then do the same thing here. Duplicate that all the way across. And do this. Maybe we can start here. I kind of want to fill in these gaps. And let's copy that one over here. And now we've also got this part over here, which I feel like giving me a bit of inspiration to try something like... And keep on doing this. There we go, we can reverse them. Okay, but I'm not a huge fan of the sound. I think we need to find something that's more inspiring. So let's make our own sound. And we can go to wavetable. And I'm just going to go with the saw wave again. Make it a little bit plucky. Maybe we can try a different synth for once. Let's try analog. Analog is nice because it has a noise generator in here. Okay, so it's a little bit less visually intuitive. The envelope sections, you have to click on the amp, see the amp envelope. So here we can make it a plucky sound. And then the filter envelope, you click on here and you can see the filter envelope. You first have to turn down the filter. And then you can turn up the envelope amount here to modulate it. And here we can add some noise. Just make it a bit brighter by turning up this color. Turn down the amount. Let's maybe try an LFO here. We turn on the LFO. And what do I want the LFO to do? Well, we can assign it to elements like, what should we assign it to? We can maybe assign it to the panning so that it pans left to right. Here we can do this. Now it's moving around. And the filter, we could assign the LFO to here, to the frequency. A bit much. And turn on the second LFO and then we should be able to use the second LFO for... Oh, why is that not there? Well, ignore the second LFO for now. Another thing is vibrato might be nice. Turn this on. Now it's got a nice like wobble to it and maybe a bit of delay. Turn it up a bit. Okay, let's hear how this sounds now if we go from the vocal into it.
Every time, knowing that you're gone and by your side, I can't get the thought out of my mind. I don't wanna love you.
So it might be nice to have like a different note over there, what I just did, so that when it like loops around, there's a bit of a variation. Let's just feel how that sounds. And that little note up there sounds really nice. I wonder how it sounds to have that up there too. Well, that sounds really nice. What if we move these up to here? Or this one goes to here. I like that. Maybe we can open up the pad here. You can also open up the filter here. Oh, yeah. And one thing I want to change here is right at the end. I think it was nicer to stick to the original. The other sounds. Yeah, I think that's nicer. Yeah. Okay, so we got a really nice loop here now. Let's hear the full thing and see if it all makes sense. Hey, really nice. Yeah, let's keep on arranging this and then we'll get into more details. I think from here we can probably keep a bit of the groove going and slowly like fade it out. So let's take all of these shakers and just copy them across here. And we'll take out the kick, we'll keep everything else in. So we'll go I turned these off earlier. Just didn't like how they sounded. I feel like maybe if we EQ them a bit, take out some of the high end, it'll sound nicer. Let's do this. Oh, we also need to take out that low end. Let's move them over here and maybe we can use them in the breakdown. Maybe we can keep this going and just loop this section like that. Keep the pads going in there. And so what I want is to basically start fading out the drums and fading this all out a bit. So we can put an EQ on here. Let's have a look at the... We need to EQ out the low end from that a bit. Okay, so from this sound, I want to kind of start filtering it down. I'm just going to grab an auto filter. Delete the pad there. Yeah, let's duplicate this pad across and see how this sounds. Maybe we can bring this in here. Try bring in the congas. Maybe that should go here. Let's delete that. See how they sound. Maybe this. Maybe it's time to use this loop. Leave that. Maybe we can bring the vocal back in here.
Every night, knowing that you're there, I'm paralyzed.
Let's filter this down
I
a
can't
bit.
get the thought out of my mind.
Okay, and then maybe here we can bring in this melody and like start fading it back up. And then we're going to drop into that melody, basically back into this section. Let's just copy this whole section. And paste it there. And we're going to do a big build up here in this section. Let's just start putting some locators so we can see what we're doing. This is drop 1. And drop 1.2. Break down. Break down vocal, and then we're going to start building here. Build. So we can copy this rhythm synth across.
Every night, knowing that you're there, I'm paralyzed. I can't get the thought out of my mind.
Maybe bring the piano back in here.
It's real. Every time, knowing that you're gone and by her side, I can't get the thought out of my mind.
Get a snare roll in. So maybe we shouldn't do this loop like this over here. Should just have a and it'll just repeat it just like that. Now we can play with the synth. You can open up the decay on the amp and the filter just like this. Maybe we can repeat this again.
Every night, knowing that you're there, I'm paralyzed. I can't get the thought out
make it a bit more delayed.
Every time, knowing that you're gone by my side, I can't get the thought out of my mind. I don't wanna love you.
Take out the pad. Okay, it's starting to take shape. Let's maybe have a section where we hear everything. Maybe we bring everything in together. So we got the pad, and we get the full vocal in here. Maybe in the build-up we don't have the full vocal. We can have...
Every night, I don't wanna love you.
Maybe we can make like a delay tail that just runs through there. I'll show you a cool way to do that. Let's just delete the vocal there. So let's make another delay here. And on this delay, we're going to delete this automation, bring it all the way down to 0, and then just click here and drag it up. So we have it at about 40%. Actually, let's bring that a bit closer to the vocal. And then what we can do is we can freeze the vocal using this button, this infinity button. So if I turn that on over there, then you'll hear this.
I don't wanna love you.
Now this will just continue on indefinitely until you turn this back off. Sounds pretty cool. So let's play with that. We can just add a new lane for each of these. Oops. If you ever break the automation and it goes gray, then you can just click that button, it'll fix it. So yeah, let's add a new lane for each of these. And then on this one, maybe it gets a bit loud. Let's just do this. I think maybe I'm going to take it off ping pong. Turn it off there.
By her side, I can't get the thought out of my mind. I don't wanna love you.
I'm going to open the filter a bit and see how that sounds.
I don't wanna love you.
Let's get some more rises and stuff in there. Okay, that can get annoying if it just keeps on going on and on and on. So let's freeze that, or let's print that out to audio. So I'm going to introduce you to something called resampling here. Resampling is basically just taking some audio and recording it to another channel. Pretty simple. All we need to do is make a new audio channel. So just Control T here. Hit record, make sure that no other channels are recording because you don't want to overwrite any other channels. Then just choose resampling. And now whatever you play, when I hit record, it'll record it to this channel. But all we want to record is the vocal. So let's just solo that and then just do this. And I'm going to let it just run all the way through to Yeah, bar 97. And then when that's finished, we can actually start manipulating the audio and doing something interesting with it. You'll see how powerful resampling can be. Okay. Now I'm not going to use this anymore, we don't need it. And I don't need the beginning of that, I just want it to kind of fade in like this. Let's keep the sub going. Now that we can actually start pitching this up and make our own kind of riser with it. And here, if you just go into envelopes, choose clip, transposition. Maybe from about here on, we start to pitch that up. We can pitch it up, say, 12 semitones over time. Give it a bit of a bend, so it's exponential. And then this is how that'll sound. Okay, so that sounds kind of cool. Maybe a little bit EDM-y with the way it pitches up so much. But maybe we can do it a bit later on. We don't do it straight from there, maybe from here. So it's a bit of a quicker move. You can also try pitching up less, like going up 4 or 7 semitones or something. I think that sounds pretty nice. The other thing I want to do here is add some more drums. Because it's kind of not any different there than it is here. So let's come in here and we're just going to make a new channel. I'm going to add maybe an offbeat ride, just something to give it a bit of energy. So yeah, let's go into here and we're just going to go through to cymbals and then ride at the bottom. We just want our classic ride here. And let's just turn off highlight scale so we can easily find middle C, C3 over there. And we can just loop this section. Let's listen to this. Okay, I also want... Oh, let's give it a bit of release. There you go, so it doesn't cut so unnaturally. I want to also add maybe another shaker or just some more energy basically on the 16th note. Let's see what it sounds like to add another one of the shakers that I've made here. See, something like that maybe. No. Let's try one of the shakers from this pack. I'm gonna try moving these onto the downbeat. See how that sounds. I think I'm just going to not use them. Or maybe we can just make them a bit shorter and use them here. Like this. Bring down the sustain. See how it sounds to have them on 16th note. Bring down the velocity of the first one. Yeah, I think that adds a nice kind of character to the high end. There we go. That's quite nice. So now this section feels a lot more energetic. Maybe we can use this vocal again here. See how that sounds. Or over here, that one. See how that sounds. Oh yeah, that works.
Every time
feel like this needs to just continue over here. Sounds good. Let's keep on going with this. I don't wanna love you. Maybe we can have this show up there. Okay, now we've got a bit of consistency with the vocal. Keep building that up. Okay, we're almost done. I think all that's really left is, let's just call this drop 2.2, is an intro and an outro and maybe some drum fills and a little bit more effects. And I think we'll do that in the next session. I'm going to take a short break now. See you in a sec. Okay, we're back. And in typical fashion, I've gone and changed something off camera. I was just noticing that when I was listening to it quickly that the rhythm, this groove, was not big enough. It wasn't really coming through on this drop here. We just listen to it. And so I added another layer, which then brings that groove out. can hear how that like really adds a nice bit of thwack, a bit of smack to the groove and brings it out. So let me show you how to make this. Right, so all I did was I duplicated this rack here, the one that we already had, and then we can just delete all of this stuff. We don't need it. And the two samples that I used, one was this Tom one-shot process number 6. So if we go into deep organic percussion here, and you just search Tom 06, this one. And so I've added that. You can just drag that into this sample here. It'll then sound like this. Okay, so let's have a look at what I did to it. First of all, I pitched it up 4 semitones. So here you can go +4. And then I added some release to it. So we just need to go here and just turn up the release. Okay, and nothing else to this one. The second sample that I added was this cajon flam. You just search cajon flam. Which one was it? 01. Okay, so we just go and drag this one down here. And if you have a look at them, both of them have been turned up to 6 dB. Okay, and then I added a bit of processing to it. So the first thing is OTT. So you can go over here and choose OTT. Put that over there. And we're just going to turn the time up to get rid of that breathiness. Okay, and let's keep on looking what we did. So the next thing was overdrive. Overdrive at 38% with 43% drive. We just overdrive. And that will bring out that tone in it. Just move this down a bit. And a bit less here. A bit less drive. Okay, and then the delay looks a bit different. So I'm just going to copy this delay so you can see it over here. Oops, this delay. Copy it up to here. Just comparing the two, this one's a little bit more filtered down. It's at 36%. So that sounds like this. What else have we done to it? I think that's it. Not sure why it sounds so different here. Double check. That one's +4. The flam. Let's check this one. Bring that up 4 semitones. I think the volume is different here too. And maybe the volumes here might be different. Just check those. That's -12 and -8. Check this one. Yeah, so they're different. Yeah, the volume is minus 8.5, and minus 12. Minus 8.5, and this one is supposed to be minus 12. It still sounds to me like there's a bit of high end in this one that isn't in this one. Double check this. Might be the overdrive setup. It's just use my one that I copied over here. Oops, need to copy it up here. Where is that high end coming from? See, sometimes these things are good to run into because that's when you start learning, like, what these slight differences that are making such a big difference to the sound. I think it's coming from this, that sound, and in this one we're not really hearing that sound that much. I think it might be the length of it or something. Let's see. Or is it a different sample? Looks like a much smaller sample. Just read the file names quick. Cajon Flam 01. And this one is Cajon Flam Processed 01. Cajon Flam. Let's see. Where is it? That would be why. A different flam. I'm not sure where I found that other one. I think maybe that was an old one that I processed into these ones. Okay, so all of that, all I need to really do probably is just turn this down a bit. And now we have, yeah, it's pretty much the same. Okay, so listening to that. Okay, so that's how I made it. I'm just going to delete the other one and then stick with this one. And yeah, sorry for that long-winded process of making that thing. Maybe I'll try and edit that down, or maybe it's important to see all of it. I'm not sure yet. Anyway, let's go into creating our intro and outro. Right, so how long is this track at the moment? 3 minute 40. So yeah, we can probably do another minute or two of an intro here. Let's just insert some space. And let's try and make an intro. Like maybe we can have that much. So here's going to be intro, and this is going to be like a little bridge thing. Let's take all of our drum samples and maybe our rhythm synth and just place them here. Let's turn these off. Yeah, then maybe bring in that rhythm synth here. Maybe we can start fading in this drone over here. Just turn on an auto filter. We can do the same with the other drone. Oops. And maybe here we can filter out the kick drum a bit. So just reverse this and then turn that up a bit. And then... Okay, I want to kind of tease the piano over here. Bring that in there. And oh, we need to turn the pad on. Maybe what we can do is just use this chord over here. Yeah. And I'm going to fade this piano in. I'm going to do it with the utility. I'm going to just turn up the volume slowly. That when we get to here, it's at full volume pretty much. Maybe we can fade this rhythm synth in too. Grab that and I'm gonna just fade it in through this section. Just to bring in the sub here. You can have the sub in, but maybe the sub can just be a bit quieter in this section. So let's take this utility. I'm going to select just this area and then use these little arrow, these boxes, and just drag it down a bit. That's going to turn it down like minus 2.5 dB. Take this and put it there. This can also be minus 2.5. Okay, so I want to put in some drum fills here, like let's put a drum fill in over there. I might take all my shakers out here. And that. And I don't want this vocal to just come in out of nowhere. I think I want to hint at it coming in. So let's use resampling again. I'm going to make a new channel. I'm going to hit record, turn on resampling, and I'm just going to record a short section of this. Oh, we have these both armed, so turn that off and delete that one. Okay, so now I've got this. I want to turn that into like just a really long reverb. Let's take this reverb, and I'm going to turn up 100% wet and big long decay, bring down the size a bit. And now it should sound like this. Great. Let's freeze and flatten that. Freeze and flatten, that's going to turn it into audio, basically bounce in place. There you go. So now I've got this long piece of audio, and I just want to get that tail. And then what I want to do with that tail is I want to reverse it so that it swells up. So all we need to do is hold down Shift and hit R. And now it's reversed that. And then let's hear what that sounds like. Might want to turn it up a bit. Okay, so I just want to have some sort of like drum fill over there. I have this whole pack of afro fills here, which is perfect for this style. And so let's grab like a conga and maybe one of these. Love that one. Use that one. And we need to make sure that it's in key. So I'm actually going to drag it into a part of the track where it's kind of busy. And just make it really loud so I can hear it. And then move the pitch up and down until it sounds really nice. Like there, it sounds in key to me. So I'm going to go with that. And I want to compress this so that the tail doesn't fade out as much. That's a bit more consistent. Let's use OTT here and turn up that time again. Let's see how that sounds, maybe a bit less of an amount. And we could probably take out the subby low end from that. See if a sweep after that or a crash might sound good. Maybe something like that, but just really quiet. And I'm going to take out a lot of the sound of the mid-range, make it really thin. So like all the way up here. So it's not taking up a lot of room in the mix. Let's make I'm just going to duplicate that and then add like a crash sound to it. From this pack, cymbals crash. Use that one. Turn off warping. Let's grab another conga fill. Let's put that one over here. And on this one, I want, let's just hear how it sounds. Make sure that it's at the right speed. We just need to change it to 122. Okay, we can probably warp this a bit and get it perfectly on the grid. Let's try a few different ones. I like the beginning. Let's maybe just use that. Duplicate it. No, let's... Yeah, maybe the ending of that one. Put it in timing here. Okay, that looks good. See how that sounds. Okay, let's pitch it around. Okay, about there sounds nice to my ear. And I just want to EQ it a little bit. I'm leaving a bit of that sub in because sometimes it feels nice. It kind of gives it a bit of weight and a bit of quality sound. And I want to put on a delay on that. Nice and filtered. Even try filtering out a bit of the high end here. See how that sounds. I think we should aim to get that. Oh, it is in key. Okay. There we go. Okay, and now let's grab this again, just for a bit of... I think this should be a bit louder. I'm going to make it a bit tighter too. I'm going to turn on beats mode here, reserve transients, forward arrow, and then bring that down. Maybe we can put this over there. Well, now I'm hearing this. Let's go with that. I'm just going to paste it there. Maybe I'll put that fill again over here. No, I don't think I like that. Maybe that'll go nicely there. Or not there. At the end of the build-up. You can even start to pitch this up. Do something like this. Now I'm thinking it might be nice to hear this whole melody in the build-up, but just maybe on a different synth or like really filtered version of it. Let's just see how this sounds. I'm going to sidechain this. Okay, so let's try this on a different synth over here in this build-up, like on a sine wave maybe. Let's try this operator. Just bring down this envelope. Okay, I'm also going to turn this pitch envelope, which is going to basically make the pitch quickly drop down. You can choose the decay here of really fast, like 50 or 40 milliseconds. Maybe give it a bit of overdrive. Overdrive is a lovely plugin. Spread it out a bit. Turn up that level over there. That's just going to modulate this one. It's the topic is called FM, frequency modulation. So it's basically taking frequency of this oscillator and applying it to the pitch of this oscillator. I think you can read more into it online, but this is what it sounds like. just a touch of that sounds nice, and then maybe a bit of reverb or a bit of delay. Maybe a bit of reverb here. I'm going to try pitching these all up an octave. Play with this decay. Okay, let's duplicate this. And now you probably just want to take out the vocal here and begin filtering this lead out. I'm going to grab an auto filter. And just start filtering it down. Maybe take out a shaker. Go into that. And you take out the bass here. we can also fade out that big stumpy drum groove. I'm just going to kind of bring that down a bit here and fade it out. Let's take this drum fill over here and put it on this one. I'm going to put it over here. And then I'm also going to put the crash and white noise over there. There. Turn this down a bit. I'm going to copy the EQ from this white noise and put it on this one as well. Similar. And then we can filter these ones out over here. Cool. I think that's it for effects, and yeah, now we're just going to throw in a little bit of a master, and that'll be the end of this track. So let's put in a limiter we've done before. Just want to get it into the busiest part of the track, probably there, so we're going to push it up. So that's a bit of limiting. I also want to try and saturate the mix a bit. Yeah, grab a saturate before that. And let's start with -6 in the output and 6 dB of drive. How loud are we getting? I think the mix is getting pretty loud. How I always check it is I use mini meters, and this is a plugin you can just Google mini meters by Direct. I think it's like $10, and you can have a look at this LU reading, LUFS. And typically with this kind of track, I'm shooting for about -7, -8, somewhere around there. And so if I play this, you can see it's hitting about -7.5 now. Let's see if we can just try and boost the high end just a touch and see if that sounds nice. To be honest, I don't think it really needs it. Yeah, I think as far as the mastering goes, this is pretty much all I want to have on there. I don't want to just add stuff for the sake of it. Maybe add a glue compressor before the saturator to smooth the overall signal out a little bit. And with the glue compressor, you can have a longer attack, which will also make the drums and all the transients come through a bit more. I bring this down. A little bit less limiting. Okay guys, I think that's it for this track. So let's play it through and see how it turned out. 3, 2, 1.
Cool.
Like the way that turned out. Hope you guys enjoyed that, and thank you so much for watching.